Hello everybody and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League edition. It's the fall semester. We're so excited to be here with you. My name is Bearlight, joined by Gaugan. Gaugan, it's your first time on the NECC cast, so let the stream know about yourself and about what you expect to see here at NECC.
Well, it is my first time here at Bearlight, and thank you so very much for the warm introduction. I feel right at home already, though, because I can't wait to watch this fantastic university action. A bit of background on myself: I've done a fair bit of coverage on the European side of things, most notably in the past EURC events, and it's really fun to watch that action take place on the other side of the pond. But we talked about this before we went on today. You know, seeing things like my alma mater, who have a team in the Challengers division, and all these other schools that are able to field B, C, even D rosters all throughout the entire length of it, really gives me a lot of inspiration for the collegiate scene, because you see all these players just playing their hearts out, the games that they love. There is so much passion to be seen on and off the pitch, and I can't wait to get this season underway.
Well said, Gaugan. In seeing the 279 teams that we see in the Rocket League side of things here for the NECC is incredible. The growth here at NECC has been outstanding, and we've been just looking through these brackets here, and it's still the same four divisions that we saw in previous seasons as well, where you start with the Navigators first, and then you head into Emergence, and as you go up the list, well, you find ourselves in the Challengers division for this matchup here, Gaugan. Starting off with Cleveland State University, the Vikes are going to be facing off with the University of Michigan here for the first matchup.
Indeed, we can take a look at some of the rosters here. You've got Michigan up first. Big ol' Bobcat, Juventix, and Nickel will be rounding out this squad. 2 juniors and a senior, all comp sci majors as well. Love to see it. High expectations for this squad in the Great Lakes area of the Challengers division. Obviously, I mentioned those schools that have multiple rosters. Michigan's one of them. Their B roster over in Midwest, C roster in Mid-East. They're looking to be dominant at every front here, Bearlight.
Oh, man, and I've seen them play. They can have that dominance if they play well. We move you over to the other side where we have Cleveland State University coming in. And at Staple, again, I was actually able to talk to their director, PJ Farrell, and he had great things to say. He always looks for communication. He built this program from the ground up, and he wanted to see those players with a few leaders and some others that are willing to follow those leaders. And they found them in all of their rosters, but especially in this Rocket League roster where you see Egg Dip, Galix, and Yoko, it's Yo Kodoku, also known as Kodoku, so you can see why I tripped up a little bit. But the true freshman there, and Egg Dip, a freshman as well, so relatively young squad here. You look for a leader, and maybe Galix as the junior comes in and is able to lead this team, be one of those leaders that PJ Farrell said he wanted to establish in this program.
Yeah, that sort of mental, having the leader on the squad, being able to rally the troops and get them out of tight spots is certainly going to be something that they're looking forward to. I go back to that previous point you mentioned as well. It's nice to see CSU really owning all of their rosters across all of the games here in the NECC. They're really taking a liking to pushing these teams to their true potential.
That's absolutely correct. And this is the first match to kick it off. And so we appreciate your patience while we got this game together, obviously, as the first game and first week here for this fall semester. Obviously, it's a learning process for everybody. We appreciate your patience. We're about to get down to the field here momentarily. Between these two teams, there's just not enough data to go with. I'd say let's make predictions right now, but honestly, we haven't seen these players in action. Like we mentioned, with Cleveland State, they have two freshmen that are brand new, just coming into this school. What are some of the things that you look for in these players, just starting out as freshmen, the young talent that comes in on a regular basis?
Well, as we get started here, if there's any esport that you want to back the young talent, the young guns, to be so proficient and mechanically gifted, it's going to be Rocket League, but it's going to be Michigan getting us started. Uventix from the midfield wastes no time, approximately 11 seconds, mind you, but picks this one off the goose. Guess it's going with the first goal.
Well, talk about being prepared here. Just a quick goal off the kickoff. Usually averages about 7 seconds off that kickoff. If you can get one, it gets you going in the right direction. For Michigan, that's definitely ideal. But obviously, it's a long road ahead of us for each of these matchups. As if you are unfamiliar with the NECC format, all of these games during the season will be a best of 5. So a long way to go here, but excellent start here for Michigan. As you see, Egg Dip looking to collect in the corner. He's going to be denied and blocked off it, but they will push forward again. It's Kodoku, as I will be tripping up the name plenty of times, but Michigan able to get it out here as well, and CSU will have to start again.
And looking not to trip over each other in the midfield. This is going to be so crucial because CSU was looking for some solid infield passing. You see that lane starting to open up for Michigan, but they're having to commit a little too much to this push to get things going. Nickel with a nice challenge, and all of a sudden Bobby's in from the heavens towards the crossbar, but Nickel's finish is not quite strong enough to see it aside, and Michigan just look for some damage control, try and corral the ball back, but you can see the speed is really helping them here. Nickel gets this clear all the way out, and it may just end up in the back of the net on its own. Sure enough, it does. One of the slower ones, but Michigan up by 2.
I mean, good things happen whenever you win those 50-50s. Right place, right time, send it back into the zone, and all the pressure has been in the hands of Michigan. So to see them win those 50-50s, push it back towards Cleveland State's end is always a good sign. You don't always luck out like that. But you take them in the meantime. The more 50-50s you win, the more battles right there at the midfield that you're able to win, the better percentage, or higher percentage rather, that you have as far as, getting a good start in the series.
And if Michigan are going to have that advantage in the middle of the field, and it's certainly in the physicality here as Nickel gets a demo to try and set up another one, but the far post, or near post rather, not friendly enough to see that one through. The onus then falls on CSU, right? If they're not going to win those challenges, they've got to maintain better positioning here because they put all their eggs in the basket of moving forward off of one player's midfield challenge, and they lose it all in the blink of an eye. It could spell disaster for them early on here. They've already got a little bit of a hill to climb, but now to the back wall with 3 minutes to play. Nice, clear reactionary there from DeGoose, and CSU look to push back. This is a solid juicer, but they can't quite get around to it in time, and Michigan look to bounce back.
Yeah, the first real push there from Cleveland State. A good sign they're getting down the field, but they wanted an extended amount of time in the offensive zone. We'll see if they can establish it here, as that's a nice pass across. The shot going to be denied. A great job from Nickel to come across and make that save. It's still kind of in harm's way, but Michigan able to get it out, just carried out of the zone here from Vensix. Serves as a pass, but Kodoku in the way. as he plays it past one, uses the back wall, egg dip there for it. What a save again from Nickel. He's been huge on the defensive side of the ball.
Really good scramble there, though, from Michigan defensively when all these pushes have been hitting the middle of the pitch very quickly, and now you see the same for Cleveland State. They've got to drive this one out towards the side, and they do just that, but Kadoku loses control of the ball on the way in, and Michigan storm back into some offensive pressure from the corner. Goes Bobby now, looking for some more, but the goose comes over the top, and we exchange hands back and forth here. Time still ticking, and a goose egg on the side of CSU, but they continue to show some resolve. I talk about how quick the play makes it to the middle of the field on the offensive side of things, and the counter to that for both these teams to be able to drive it to the corners very quickly to get their clears looks to be very prevalent in this series thus far.
Yeah, I'm not in panic mode by any means for Cleveland State. They've looked really strong, but the Michigan defense has looked a little bit stronger. Keep doing what you're doing. You're generating shots, so continue to generate those shots, and eventually you'll be able to break. Maybe show some of that physicality we saw early. Get Nickel off of the pitch, and you'll have a better shot. As now it'll be egg dip to try to start in the positive direction for Cleveland State, but that one's going to be denied and pushed directly back in by Nickel. And Michigan trying to control here. Does get a shot pass, but it'll be well high of the net. And egg dip tries to get around one. He will. Has to get that 100 boost as he was low, but unfortunately that'll surrender possession here, and now Michigan will be able to collect.
And Cleveland State to turn it around, but they've got more work to be done. The shots aren't incredibly accurate to the target, but they're creating so much pressure here for Michigan on their offensive pushes. All of a sudden, Goose with a solid clear. Double is open, but jumps a little too high right off the rip and doesn't have the resources to stay around for it. As now Bobby going out through the corner. Solid centering attempts, but nobody really there to receive it. As Cleveland State, they've got the opportunity to take possession in their hands, but just when they start to spread out and try and lace one to each other, Juventix picks it off and gets some security.
Yeah, they looked a little bit too comfortable trying to get a pass to the middle of the field, and Juventix read it all the way. He was Johnny on the spot on that one, as Michigan thought they could, Cleveland State thought they could get a pass across. Unfortunately, not a lot of great communication there, it seemed, as the pass just lay there while the intended target rolled away in the opposite direction. Now, back on it will be Kadoku. Try to get the 50-50, it went under him now. Egg tip with an available shot there. He went well high with an open net, and those are the opportunities you need from Cleveland State if you want to gain some momentum back here rolling into Game 2. Obviously, it'll be a little bit too late to expect a Game 1 win, but you do want to try to get on the right side of the scoreboard, but it's not looking like it's going to happen here. Michigan, a dominant force here in this game, number 1.
And they may even get one for the road, but defense stands strong enough. Michigan with a clean sheet in Game 1, like you said. There's some things that Cleveland State really wants to look for going into Game number 2, but it is a best of 5. There is time to make those adjustments, but I feel like that's what we always say when it comes to Rocket League, right? It's all about the adjustments, and if you can't find your way into that different playstyle as the series continues to evolve, you always find yourself a half step back from your opponent. So it's all about figuring out Michigan's playbook at breakneck speed and being able to adapt to that and overcome it in the next games of the series.
Definitely. It's all about how confident you are for the most part, right? That's going to be like 80% of it. And you see it in kind of crazy ways and manifest in maybe a car change will make all the difference, right? So sometimes it's mentality, but also sometimes it's just strategy in general. And typically you look at the other side of a 3-0 tilt, right? And you're down in that fashion. You want to make big changes. For Cleveland State, I don't think that's the case. I thought they generated enough offense if they trust their process here. And they do have the program in place, or the coaching, the high-level director as well in place. I wouldn't worry too much if you're Cleveland State here heading into game number 2 now, as Cleveland State will have an opportunity down the field looking for that bump on Nickel, which I mentioned there in game number 1. Perhaps they're listening in. If not, then they're definitely making the right adjustments here.
And you certainly talk about the offensive pressure for Cleveland State that they're able to generate. It's on par with that of Michigan's, but defensively here, they've got to find the clears faster. Even if Michigan is taking 4 or 5 shots in a sequence and none of them hit the target, that's 4 or 5 shots that you've got to waste so many resources just to defend against. And surely one of them is going to end up sneaking through in regulation. So you can't really resort to those last second stretches there. You see the redirect attempt just barely off the mark as Kadoku goes up to keep this one relevant, and Egg has capability, but not quite the boost in the tank to get it done. Good midfield hold here, though, from CSU. They're not allowing Michigan to get that counterattack push back, forcing them to restart from the middle of the field, a highly contentious spot right now, but you can see they've broken through regardless, forced an awkward lob out here, and the challenge goes into the corner. Great clear there from Kudoku to try and relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, Cleveland State has been doing a great job to look more bold, right? Take some more chances. They've been going down the field with some passes, but also they've been cheating up a little bit, right? Trying to get the rotations a little bit closer. I feel like they were falling back, playing a little bit more timid towards the beginning of the series, and it's really changed here. As now Michigan is kind of stuck. They're in the CSU role from last game, but there's a chance on net, and Juventus will take that one. No defense to be found. I was just talking about Cleveland State's ability to rotate, and in this instance, they were able to just find an empty net there for the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, but you look at the inverse on Michigan's side. We're seeing the early emergence of the power striker here in Juventus, taking a lot of the lead when it comes to those offensive pushes. I mean, that one's absolutely ripped from the sidewall. And to go back to my previous point about how important the middle of the pitch is, if you're going to allow those avenues from the side as well, I mean, there's so many possibilities there, and sometimes the simplest one is the most effective. Little double here to get it towards the crossbar, but it forces a double on the other side just to save it away, and Juventus can't quite clean that one up in the janitor fashion that we've seen them do thus far. But Michigan, again, they're going to try and control this game. They're not really too pressed to try and run up the scoreboard, but they're certainly going to take opportunities if CSU provides them.
It's crazy to see how well Michigan's able to adjust to certain situations that look pretty harmful, like they're going to be struck against, and they're able to build themselves out with mechanics alone. Bobby Cat, we've seen a couple of times on the defensive side, and then on the offensive side of the ball, somehow uses mechanics to get an arrow, to get an angle that you don't see very often at the challengers level. But he pulled it off and gave Michigan a chance, and no coincidence they're up this 1-0 lead. Kudoku trying to find a pass, but that one will be easily located and taken away. But Egg Dip, with a good 50-50 win, will keep the pressure on here for Cleveland State. To Goose, now goes to the ceiling, looking to challenge with that one. A bit ambitious there, as everybody will have to fall back here and try to grab Boost. They're in an awkward spot. The challenge was there, but it's through the box and out.
It was a really nice stretch, though, from Cleveland State, but you could see just how threatening the first opportunity was for Michigan. It's immediately cleared back, though, so CSU has another opportunity. Nice lurk there from Egg at the top of the box, but unable to get it going. Second person in rotation for CSU has been slowly but surely cleaning up their rotations, and it's ever so crucial to be in a good spot as Kudoku tries to stay up for this challenge. Can't quite see it through. Less than a minute and a half as time continues to dwindle here against Cleveland State, who are still looking for their first. That's a big breakthrough, but nobody can get to the ball in time before it's wide of the target. What do they do from here, though? Such an important position as Kudoku lobs this one up, and Goose isn't quite on the mark for the challenge. Egg Dip has an opportunity. Can't quite connect to that one either, and Michigan will get a pretty free walk down the other side. Infield pass, shot to the bottom corner, and you can't score a much cleaner than that.
Yeah, great pass there towards the middle of the field. Cleveland State, this has got to feel bad for them. As much pressure as they put up in the first two games, they still haven't been able to score. If they don't score in this game, Galgan, it's over. Michigan's going to win this series. They need a goal here to justify all the efforts they've had on the offensive side of the ball. Will they get it or not? Well, that's just a matter of if you want to continue to drive the same points home, try to play the same play style. This could be good. But no, it's nickel all the way back, and nobody cheating down the field for Cleveland State. Nobody really reading that play, but they will send it forward here as Juventus beat to this one. He was called off it by Bobby Cat. We'll try to bail them out. He's just so good at playing patient, finding the right time to challenge and winning those 50-50s. As Juventus able to win one himself right on cue. This one's across. Dangerous again for Cleveland State, as now Bobby Cat was looking to expose DeGoose, who was backwards on that play, but eventually some support comes through from Cleveland State. The problem is they only have 20 seconds left and they're down by 2.
Oh, double flip reset, blocked by Kudoku. Would have been a highlight reel goal. I mean, surely this game too secured at this point, because you can see how slow Michigan can play this, and yet so forward in the offensive zone. Big challenge in the middle of the field to block out Goose and deny any opportunity for even the first to fall here for Cleveland State as the ball hits the ground yet again. Michigan make it a quick 2-0. They're on triple match point, and to go back to your point there, Bearlight, I mean, that is the harsh reality of this series, right? The door is unlocked. You're able to open it slowly if you want to, kick it open if you want to for Cleveland State, but they haven't quite found the doorknob just yet. It feels like they're right there, and this series is theirs for the taking, but we've got to see them hit the back of the net.
That's right. If you're Michigan right now, you're feeling really good heading into game number 3. And before I get ahead of myself, I do predict that Michigan will close out this series. I also see Cleveland State, if they get their first goal, those come in bunches, right? Especially when you put up the amount of pressure that you have, for the most part. And Michigan's done a better job in the offensive zone, don't get me wrong, in my opinion. But I still see, with that amount of pressure, one goal going in. And once they see it hit the back of the net, then they'll see it hit the back of the net a few more times after that directly. So if Cleveland State's the first one to score in this one, Galkin, then I believe that they will take a win, but I'm just not convinced that it's going to be enough of a drive to win the series.
Still have to instill that confidence, though. That's what it's all about for Cleveland State. Talked about how Michigan looks so confident. CSU could certainly use some of that momentum on their side and got an early opportunity, but that challenge goes way down to the other side of the field. Centered up now. Shot opportunity for Bobby Cat, but not quite the amount of power needed on that shot to see it through. So CSU get another opportunity. It's Kadoku trying to collect at the middle of the field, but you could see the Michigan defense again standing strong. The response so quick and efficient here. Demo to get this one through to the goal line, but Kadoku, solid rotation there, comes through yet again. Early minute gone and nearly past here. Michigan doing everything they can to force this from the middle of the field, but we are getting a very neutral battle to start things off. Kadoku, top corner, no, just wide, denied by Nickel.
A good find in the middle of the field here, as now they'll get back to work. Dip a little bit ahead of that one, though, so that'll leave it into the hands of Juventix, who's already up for it, up and over Kadoku. Great challenge, but the angle was not there for Michigan. They'll try to start from the corner instead. A couple of touches and a bump there, too. It still hangs there in the box for what seems like a lifetime. Eventually, the defense does jump on it here. Juventix tried to jump on to Goose and get that challenge going. Was not available as Nickel works it there. The shot available. Bobby Cat puts it away. Michigan back on top yet again.
And they continue to do the same thing. They're essentially throwing screens on the goal line. You've got to think about what Nickel's capable of from the corner, but as soon as that touch comes down at such an odd angle, you're stuck staring up at the ceiling where the ball is, and you've got the attacker coming at the ground level. To make that switch, that adjustment, and the reaction to make the save is too much to bear for any lone defender. So for Cleveland State, it's just a rough predicament that they get themselves into, but the mountain built against them, even though it's only 1-0 in Game 3. It's 6-0 in the series thus far. They're still unable to find that key, that momentum builder to get in. And as they're forced to rotate out yet again, Michigan continue to hammer home the pressure.
Yeah, Cleveland State looked the best whenever they were able to transition out of their zone in a clean fashion, looking for these passes like you see right here. Because when Michigan's looking to throw those screens and looking to bump out in front, well, then that means that they're committing a little bit too far forward, right? Or spending some more time, a little bit of extra time in your zone. You have to transition quickly here and get around them in that fashion. And they almost scored a handful of times using that strategy. I feel like they got away from it a little bit. Looks like they tried to make the adjustment here, but Michigan's still all over them as this shot will go a little bit wide, and the Goose right back on it. We'll take the 50-50. Where Bobby Cat gets a couple more touches. A great pass across, but Egg able to get back to it. And it falls in the hands. Crafty little touch there, though, as pass over to Kadoku. And now to Goose from the wall. He's got plenty of room. He's looking for Egg Dip. The pass is there, but a little bit too hot to handle there from Cleveland State. And unfortunately, that's been the story of the series.
You really want to see those hit, though. It's a beautiful pass, but like you said, a little too hot to handle, just too much sauce on it. Michigan on the other side, though, I feel like this aggression, it's not being punished. They spot this little pocket in between the Cleveland State players and their own net, so they just want to drive it to that deep third of the field every single time, and they know that they'll more than often have at least a 50-50 shot of forcing something on target. You can see just how high up up. Everybody is playing. They're not allowing anything to come through here in the midfield from CSU. It's a nice touch to the corner comes, and the Goose is forced to challenge for this one. Gets the demo, doesn't get the ball, and a tricky clear required from CSU. Kadoku gets a hold of it and sends it to an open area, but for how much longer as Uventix gets over to the other side. Boost, but no contention there. Michigan, they continue on. We're barreling towards the final 60. We've got another 0 on the side of CSU, and they're facing so much pressure on their defensive half.
Oh, the Goose was up for that one, but he was beat to it. Just so much speed from Uventix. As now Egtip will pull it back down. Just a minute left here for Cleveland State to get a goal. Surely they don't get perfect swept. But the way that Michigan's been playing, this trap game has been working really effectively as of late. As Bobby Cat will try to put the pressure back on, but his intended target fell back for Boost at the midfield. But the frustration sets in from Cleveland State. One missing the ball, one getting a demo, and not really setting up anybody here. As Egtip tries to sidestep, but not able to do so. It's Bobby Cat directly back on it for Michigan, but this one is a pincher back, and maybe that's what they need. No, it's off the post! Oh, nothing can go right here for Cleveland State, and you got to feel for them.
Oh, you're absolutely kidding. That had to be it, but it wasn't. And even with Michigan here, they've got a 1-goal lead, and yet they feel so confident that they're usually playing with at least 2 players above the midfield line. Here's the Goose going for one, but the challenge not strong enough. 5 seconds to go, and it's now or never. Kadoku, soft touch out of the corner, not going to get it done. Egg Dip keeps this one alive, but for how much longer? As Uventix touches it to the sidewall, looking for more, gets a clear, and there's an opportunity to play it, but the Goose can't get to the ball in time, and it is the perfect sweep to come out here. Michigan get the 3-0. They keep Cleveland State scoreless, and my goodness, you said it there. You have to feel for CSU. What a way to end that one. Surely thought they had that open net at the end, but the corner, not their friend.
Not at all. That pinch I was so certain as well, and one's all you need. But credit Michigan all day long, because their trap game, their play style was super overwhelming in a way. Whenever they got to the offensive side of the ball, they were looking for bumps and demos whenever they touched the ball in the offensive side of the zone. You miss your shot, guess what? You're following it up with a bump and demo. You're freeing up some space for the rest of your team, and it really worked for them too. They got the better end of the deal on 50-50s multiple times throughout that series, and because of that, gave them their percentage. Again, went up and up as far as who was going to score next. I didn't see it going in perfect sweep fashion, I'm going to be honest, but I did see after that second game when when Cleveland State was not able to get that goal on the board through those 2 games, unfortunately for them, it seemed like it was a little bit over, and that's what we got here.
Yeah, it just spoke to me as though Michigan knew what they were doing. Because going back to that previous point, you watched the final minute of Game 3, and barring the last 15 seconds or so, Michigan had at least 2 players in front of the midfield line. Typically, if you're trying to hold a 1-0 lead in the closing moments of a game, you play a little more passively, defensively. If you don't want to score, you want to guard your own net. Michigan, they knew they would win the challenges. They knew they would hold on to possession. They sent everybody forward because they knew they had that dominant factor, and it showed at the end of that series.
It certainly did. Well, there's another channel that you can check out in the meantime where we have action on 2 channels at twitch.tv/NECC2 is where you can find additional games. And also make sure you check out NECC.GG. We'll send you to NECCgames.com to find out more about the leagues. And if you're really interested in supporting, or maybe you have a college team that wants to join the NECC, always more than welcome to. When we come back, it'll be another match, and me and Gaukin on the other side. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back. We're back on the NECC network again alongside Gaugen. My name is Bearlight, and we are into match number 2 of the day, which we got to kick it off in style here in Michigan with a 3-0 win. The next matchup we have going on, Gaugen, is going to be Illinois Springfield facing off with Mount Union Purple. Mount Union Purple, one of those teams here, Gaugen, that's been around the NECC for a very long time, versus Illinois Springfield. Again, this will be coming from you on the emergence side, so we'll see which team can get off to the quick advantage here, Gaugen.
Yeah, we will indeed headed to the mid-east side of things, and we can check out the rosters of these teams as well. We'll start off with the University of Illinois Springfield. We have Becky, Slothish, and Sniper taking to the pitch this time around. Full roster of juniors, and looking to get a strong start here in that mid-east Challengers division against Mount Union Purple, another one of those schools with multiple rosters. You said a historied school here in the NECC. Why don't we check them out as well?
Yeah, because they had a lot of upperclassmen playing last year, but this time around they have a new young talent. Used to be Cade and Iggy, which are seniors and sophomores respectively, but Candy Guy stays in the lineup. Super effective player. As a senior, will look to lead these two freshmen, Thunder and Zanny, here for Mount Union Purple to try to get that advantage, right? If Candy plays the way he played last year, they should have no trouble putting up points. And I think for a fact that they can, really challenge this Illinois Springfield team, but right now it's all up to Candy Guy. Can he play leader here, knowing how this organization likes to play, how they're coached, and being able to kind of influence that upon the youngsters in Thunder and Zanny, who I've seen play before. They have some upcoming talent here, but it'll be all about how Candy Guy leads in my eyes.
And that's a great storyline to write for this squad. But another thing to think about, this is technically a 6-person roster as well, this Mount Union Purple side. So they've got 3 other players waiting in the wings should anybody need to come in. So that dynamic may shift and change things as the season goes on here. But for all intents and purposes, this appears to be our starting 3 for Mount Union Purple heading into the fall season. So, I mean, knowing what we know, which can be somewhat limited, but, from Mount Union Purple, we've seen these players around plenty of times. Yep. What do you think specifically they bring to this game that other teams in this Mid-East Challengers division may need to watch out for?
Speed, just pure speed. The way that they like to play is get in. We saw a lot of it from Michigan as well, where once they take a shot, they go and challenge the back line, right, with bumps and demos. And the fact that they are able to do that with speed means it's almost like they don't lose rotation all by doing it. It's on the way out, right, versus trying to linger for those up the field passes. They're really great about making sure that they have the back end covered first, but then they will dive in quickly, and you'll notice that right off the bat. Sure, they don't have the speed as the Challengers division like we saw previously, but when you talk about this division, that's something that really sets them apart. The question, though, and you bring up a good point, what do you do with this six-man roster? It's difficult to say, because it'll be easy to default to what you know in Cade and Iggy should things go wrong, right, in weeks 1, 2, and 3. I think it's important for them to not jump to conclusions, not to really head into a state of mind where we have to go to what's comfortable, but instead try to develop these players this year, and eventually that'll set you up for the future.
That's exactly what the early goings of any season are for, as well as essentially that trialing period. Not that you have any doubts in the abilities of the players like Thunder and Zanny, but you allow these players to get development at the level that they should be playing at, continue to give them these games, these opportunities to prove their own skill, and you form your roster to be a much stronger threat as you go on. So that's what we love to see in the early moments here in week 1, and as we continue on for Mount Union Purple. Then on the other side, University of Illinois Springfield as well, looking to prove themselves. Just 4 to their roster, so your typical 3 plus a sub. But certainly looking to, you mentioned the speed there and how much of an issue it was for CSU to try and break through when Michigan was so oppressive with that sort of play style. So we know what to expect when a speedy squad hits the pitch and just is able to absolutely lock you down to that back third. So for University of Illinois Springfield here going into this game, it's going to be very important for them to find more favorable challenges and also try and create a bunch of opportunities on the offensive side. It's a mixed bag of what they need to bring here against Mount Union Purple, but I believe we are getting the players ready and set to go. University of Illinois Springfield, solid test here against Mount Union Purple.
Certainly is, and like I mentioned in the previous matchup as well, it's important how you transition out of the zone. The passing has been on point in the past. We'll see if it can continue here as we put 5 minutes on the clock in Game 1 underway between Illinois Springfield in blue and Mount Union purple in yellow. Just to throw you a curveball, as it'll be early challenges here for Mount Union purple as they look to get right to work. And like I mentioned, these quick rotations in have already allowed them to get a couple opportunities here.
Yeah, you look at the power. They're going for so many deep 50s, almost in flush with the goal line. You see Slothish, though, able to come over the top. Where's the follow-up here? Will be Becky trying to get a redirect, and Sniper can't quite get around as the third person to the touch, so the counter goes back the other side. Zanny's touch will go wide of the far post. You've got to admire the pressure here. They're playing deep. They're playing with that speed that you were talking about here, Mount Union, but will they be able to find the goals to match? Because for the time being, Illinois Springfield are being able to control things from the middle of the pitch and at the very least get a clear out, try and relieve some of that pressure early on and not allow the offensive opportunities for Mount Union to linger too long.
I think Illinois Springfield has done a good job to recognize the speed of Mount Union and adjust accordingly and realize that the boost control is not in their favor. And suddenly you see them kind of hit a switch, right? And they get the boost. They win the battle to the boost. And then suddenly they're in the offensive zone. No coincidence there, as they're able to take over and finally establish a little bit of offense here. Though Candy Guy from the corner will try to eliminate that front. To the corner it goes. Becky, a mistouch there, but through the box it goes as Zanny was not able to find a teammate, but it's back across. Enough boost in the tank. It's off the back wall. The follow-up is there too. What a save! Oh, the recovery save from Slothish. And he will bail them out for now.
Oh, another punch down the line, and the save's not there. Defender in the area that may not have had the jump to be able to get up to it. It's Thunder who takes the rip. Zanny in the relevant spot as well, but Sniper just probably getting caught up on that near post a little too hard, and first goal finally hits for Mount Union. You can see the result of all the pressure finally bearing fruits for Mount Union.
It definitely did, and you saw Slothish with an incredible save, but kind of a panic touch to try to get it out of the zone. I'd like to see a little bit more patience. You did the first thing right? Step one complete, where you get those good challenges on the defensive side of the ball, but you got to follow it up, and speaking of following it up, that's a quick answer here, as Sniper is able to even it at 1.
Great call to make there, and certainly well to do from Illinois Springfield. Sniper up early for that one, gets it right in to the middle of the target, and we've got an evened up scoreline. Nice flush 3 minutes on the clock as well to play, so plenty left here in game 1, but good solid response here, and they're looking for more very early on. This will still open up the lane for Slothish to try and send top corner, but a quick save on the defensive scramble there from Mount Union will keep it out, but for how much longer? Back wall we go. Candy Guy trying to carry this one out, brings it all the way down to the middle and forces the challenge, so Mount Union look to break out, and such a nice lob here, but it's going to be so crucial what the second person in the rotation does. It's that Candy again, denied at the crossbar. Crazy saves from Illinois Springfield.
Yeah, Mount Union was trying to challenge the back wall there, almost fell in the process, and they would have taken it for sure, but great recognition and jumping on it from Mount Union as they're able to get it out for now. It's Slothish waiting back. It was Illinois Springfield, rather, that got it out, but Becky now backwards, trying to get in touch to himself, but Zanny is going to cut that off before it can even develop. To the corner they go for here, for Mount Union here, as that one just kind of lazily plays across, and Zanny was in the right place, right time. Good recognition to jump into the box when he did, and now they will recapture that lead.
Zanny's been doing a really solid job, and it's a big turn from the corner as well. Thunder was in a relevant position too, but you go back to the dynamic of Candy Guy being the seniority leader here for Thunder and Zanny. Thunder and Zanny want to take that more forward approach as Candy Guy kind of calls the shots from the middle of the field when they're on the offensive push, and Candy Guy has shown the ability to try and go for those janitor cleanup-like strikes at the crossbar. Unsuccessful 0-for-2 thus far, but not necessarily through any fault of his own. But as you see Zanny set up for this one, solid opportunity just wide of that bottom corner. Mount Union, they continue to create pressure early and often, and it keeps Illinois Springfield guessing, but a nice flick here, and Thunder across the goal line to keep it out.
Pure excitement. This is the speed I'm looking for, and this is the emergence division. Love to see them just amping up in skill level here, and it's been a pleasure watching the two freshmen work here for Mount Union as they've established a 2-1 lead. It's been Thunder and Zanny playing it back and forth with their passing here. They definitely have some young talent, and I'm looking out for them here. But Illinois Springfield, every time Mount Union strikes, they typically have an answer for it. We'll see if they can even things down as we head to 1 minute remaining here in this game number 1.
Big touch here towards the back wall. Becky will get it out to the mid, but for how much longer will they have the space? Goes for the early challenge, and now trying to play patient, but the clear comes out. Good 50s here. Becky could try and get a masterful redirect, but it is denied. Left out to Sniper, though, to the back wall. 40 seconds, Illinois Springfield looking to equalize. They may have just found it. Sure enough, it's a soft lob right under the crossbar. Becky gets a square 2.
Nice play and setup again. The touch just not exactly where he wanted to go with that, so a bit of a mistouch there from Candy on the back end, but still credit Sniper for being in the right place, right time. And like I said, Illinois Springfield will even it up whenever they find that chance. And I want to correct, this is actually the Challengers division. Either way, they're playing with incredible speed, so pretty even regardless. So we had down to 30 seconds left. Now, which team will take in control? If you're a team here in game number 1, you want to win without going into overtime. That'll really establish a little bit of momentum that you're looking for here. Although I think everybody here in chat wants to see an overtime. If you're one of these colleges, a win is obviously what you want here in the last 10 seconds.
Now, these teams certainly deserve to go the distance, but you can see Mount Union pushing for this third in regulation. They've got the opportunity, but denied at the challenge there. Final seconds tick off, and a very quick grounding of the ball there. We do head to OT for the first time tonight in the first game in this series. Big challenges off of the kickoff. The Sniper now to the sidewall, trying to get something going. Low resources, so just kind of lurking around. Does get the challenge, but nobody there to really finish off. It's a very tough task to ask anybody to get that close in, given the circumstances. Demos flying left and right, however. 2 attackers not strong enough to win that challenge, though, and Mount Union have converted this into a nice little bit of pressure.
And now back in from Mount Union here, as typically when you see overtime in a game number 1, both teams will play a little bit more conservatively. That is not the case right now. Both teams are still amping up their speed, as Zanny has a decent chance here. The couple of touches would have been wide anyways, but, Illinois Springfield not going to take those chances. They want to get it out any way they can here with a couple of touches. They did miss a couple of challenges, but now it'll be Becky to settle down and does beat one with it. That'll force Thunder. Great recognition to find Candy there, and when he's demoed off it, he'll step up on it again. Now scrambling back is Illinois Springfield. A chance for a bump here from Thunder as Candy Guy will take a shot. It'll be well wide, and University of Illinois Springfield going to get out for now, but the pressure right back on.
Oh, that's a waterfall down as well, but unable to get around to it. Candy Guy now launches to the backboard, and the third is unable to get around to the shot in time. Big challenge, though, from Thunder, who's staying relevant. And you can see both of these teams entering into that typical overtime stance where they start to lob something towards the corner, get things going. Double sets up the punch home, and Zanny powers it through right under the bar. The pressure too much to bear. Mount Union get the OT win in game 1.
Great job from Candy Guy. That's where experience comes in handy. At this collegiate level, you want to make plays like that. You see them locking down the back wall, and instead of just letting it happen, he jumped to the back wall to get the bump and set up the 2 freshmen doing what they do best, which is finding each other with incredible accuracy.
So here we go into game number 2, right? And the premonitions of what you were saying before the series started are starting to creep in. That speed from Mount Union Purple is starting to show its power. And for the other side, Illinois Springfield here, they've got a bit to respond to. You want to talk about responses, though, and they were still able to tie this game up twice against the deficit in order to force the overtime in the first place. So going back to your previous point about the fact that game 1 went to overtime and how that's not as harsh of a result here for Illinois Springfield as it might have been if they lost that one in regulation, I think they are primed and ready to have that mental reset going into game number 2, but the question becomes, what do they do differently here to get out to the lead early on rather than always playing a step behind Mount Union Purple?
Yeah, they have to look for passes that are high percentage, right? They've been looking for passes across the pitch, and when you do that, well, Mount Union will discover it and take care of business whenever they have that opportunity. So find high percentage passes. What does that mean? As quick passes, ones that aren't the length of the pitch, and you should find a little bit more success. As that pass, a little bit more of what I'm talking about, but still off the mark here as Thunder will be able to collect, but the 50 is won by Becky. And Illinois Springfield back in the zone. They were able to respond to goals, and right now it's looking like they're trying to get this first goal so they can respond in game 2.
Certainly are, but they need a bit more power behind this effort. You can see Zanny coming over the top. Nice midfield touch from Slawfish. Demo, though, from Zanny, and responded to by Becky out of the corner, 1-for-1 on that trade. And Sniper unable to get that off the sidewall, so there's the avenue out for Mount Union Purple, but they haven't found it just yet. 1, 2, 3, tic-tac-toe, awkward bouncer, and the save does come out. Defense positions themselves well enough to see it through, but Illinois Springfield still relevant in the bottom corner, denies. Becky going center for Slawfish, who can't find the ball either. So many good looks for Illinois Springfield, but they're still stuck with the 0.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too with the chances they've had. They'll look to transition again. They won't let Mount Union breathe, and that's what you have to do on a team that likes to play with speed. Challenge early. And they've been doing that with a couple of grade A chances. Look to turn. There's a bit of a double commit, but the communication able to solve that issue for Mount Union in the offensive zone. As now Thunder waits for it, knowing that Sloth is on it. That's a great pass too. The pre-flip almost connected with a shot, but instead it'll sit here. Candy Guy's allowed the chance to try to hit Zanny, but the pass was behind him. So Illinois Springfield had an opportunity to jump back on it. It's Becky, but a mistouch. Candy, a shot. Thunder going to try to get that redirect, and does. Great job from the short side post. It'll be Mount Union back on top.
Beautiful touch, nice security, and this is what you want to see from Mount Union, because Becky has been doing a really solid job on Illinois Springfield of having that forward thinking, looking for the redirects off of the passes that haven't even gotten to the offensive zone yet. If Mount Union also have that in their bag, that's one more adjustment that they can bring into this series to add another layer on top of the puzzle that Illinois Springfield have to solve to try and get a decisive victory here. So you love to see that from Mount Union Purple as they carry on forward. We come to expect it from players of this caliber at this point with the redirects and whatnot, but seeing it on display in practice rather than just thinking about it in theory is a sight to behold.
Yeah, that was a blind redirect too from Thunder. There's a shot as well as Slothish able to answer back for Illinois Springfield again. So it feels good that you're able to find answers against this Mount Union team whenever they score, and you go goal for goal with the squad. But I think it's the time to step up, right? Get this next goal, so that way you can establish and finally have a lead. And then I think it's different. Instead of just answering back, you need to be the response in the first place.
Halfway through, however, and they need to find that response quickly here and force the hand of Mount Union Purple. Big clear into the zone, and Becky unable to finish at the bottom corner, but now centered up. Solid pass, but Slawfish can't quite get on top of that ball enough to send it on target, so big clear with a lot of momentum going down the sidewall, out of the corner. Becky, crucial touch here, and gets around to the top corner. Not sure that one was quite destined for the net or the post, but regardless, Becky with a magnificent two-touch sequence. And Illinois Springfield, they're having to stretch a whole lot for this, but Slawfish with yet another touch out, and they've survived for now.
I've been impressed with Becky's ability to create plays, and there it is on cue. And it will be Illinois Springfield on top. Was just about to doubt Becky for the ability to just jump on the defensive side, stay in a play, and get that second touch on the defensive side. That's staying in the play on the offensive side of the ball. And Illinois Springfield with the elusive lead here in this game number 2.
Such a solid goal for them to find, though, after the defensive play that had to be made, and the chaos on the goal line ensues after the kickoff. And here we go. When you score one, the rest come falling in Illinois Springfield. They've got a 2-goal lead off of that absolute kerfuffle on the goal line.
Yeah, still convinced that Cleveland State would have had the same success had they found the back of the net, right? One goes in, and then suddenly they all start falling. And for Illinois Springfield, this is a good sign that you're able to do that in game number 2 with responses and goals, and now in a game 2. But of course, a minute 30 here for Mount Union. And remember, if they're able to mount this comeback, that'll be match point 3 times in a row. That's what we saw in the last one. So it's up to Illinois Springfield to not let off the gas. The last thing you want to do is play conservatively and let this Mount Union team work, as that's to the box. It's a challenge here, and Thunder going to turn on it. Grabs some pads in the process, which will amp his boost up. Tries to get the bump on the back wall. So taking a little bit of advice and notes from the senior of Candy Guy, looking to guard it. And Candy Guy right on cue will pull them back within 1.
There it is. You called out Illinois Springfield not needing to play very passively, or rather it would be to their detriment, but at the same time, Mount Union Purple needed to find their striker boots a little bit, and Candy Guy does just that. Absolutely launches one right under the crossbar, which is a tough shot to save for pretty much anybody, regardless of the position they find themselves in defensively. So that's one step towards the tied game 3-3, but Becky's going back. That's a threat off the back wall, but Slothish has been beat by it. Sniper now will be the first one to the ball and does get the challenge outright. 40 seconds to play. The ball's in the wrong zone here for Illinois Springfield to hold on to the 1-goal lead, but Becky with a nice launch back, trying to go for a boost steal, gets a demo on the way through as well, but Mount Union Purple still staging that. 30 seconds to go, Bear Light, and they're getting close.
Yeah, now it's turning on it, but it's Becky to get a touch. It's going to be left there where Thunder was available, but unfortunately cut a little bit too far forward. Now bumped off the back wall as Zanny the shots there and in. Sniper will make it 4-2 and trying to get that insurance policy and looking pretty good doing it.
Love the shot placement here. Tough looks for Candy Guy, who went up to the crossbar where so many shots before that one had ended up and been destined for. Hits the bottom instead and bounces right underneath the last defender. So it's Illinois Springfield making a case to try and even up the series with just about 10 seconds to play. A lot of people committing for that ball, so if a pretty big clear comes out here, and it does find its way past Sniper, but Zanny just can't get a handle on it, and that's gonna be it. Game 2 done and dusted. Maybe one for the road here for Slothish, but tapped to the back wall and down to the ground. Illinois Springfield, though, solid response here to tie up the series.
Yeah, they're the last one to score in that game number 2, Gaukin, and that's ever so important because the momentum was starting to swing back, and you got to end it, cut it off right before it happens, and that's what they did. And they played really well whenever they were in the lead. So I think that they're just as good in the lead as they are when they need to respond. So that's all good signs for Illinois Springfield here. I do like them in this series because of the fact that not only can they answer, but when they have the lead, they know how to play with it. And that's a rare sign to have both, right? Usually teams specialize in one or another. They've looked pretty good. That being said, it's just one game win, right? Regardless. And so now you're still even at 1. You'll have to do it 2 more times.
Exactly. All that work just to get us to a de facto best of 3 here, but that's not necessarily against Illinois Springfield. I think you look to the other side with Mount Union Purple and you think, okay, they were tasked with making a 2-goal comeback when they were down 1-3. And it all started with Candy Guy, the senior on this squad, the supposed leader of these freshman players, Thunder and Zanny, and it was a massive strike to get them going, but you wonder what Thunder and Zanny are thinking about right now as we get into the rest of this series, because the momentum that they want to secure means so much more potentially to those players, those young guns on this squad trying to make the name for themselves. The pressure can be felt early on, even in a tied series, so for Mount Union Purple, it's all in their response here in Game 3.
That's right, and they need to create a little bit more room for themselves. I think physicality will go a long way for Mount Union, because you see the mechanics that Zanny has, as we saw, flip resets to try to work it down the field, but you can't use your mechanics if you're constantly challenged, right? It can be very frustrating tactic to play against, especially for a youngster. So Mount Union, if they can create more space like we saw previously, they'll be really good. That's a great save, by the way, but now followed up, almost saved again, but Candy Guy able to squeeze that one through, and a 1-0 lead here for Mount Union.
An absolute pinball setup in front of the net there after that desperation save. It was a very solid effort, but it left the ball lingering in the box a bit too long, and everybody just sort of had to try and end up in the correct position to save it aside. So Mount Union Purple get out to the early lead. This could be a good kickoff start, but no, 2 attackers, both beat by 1 touch from Zanny here, who has gone for the Octane. I feel like we've seen a couple of car switches in this series, which we talked about the mental factor of that. It can be refreshing to try and see a different car body, hit the ball a little differently, try and favor yourself in some other challenges. As this one, bottom corner, not quite there. Sniper able to get the hold in the zone, and Becky comes through as well, but Illinois Springfield don't have much power behind this push. They're going to be faced back the other way.
Candy Guy with a great touch there too. It forces Slothish up for it. Get that touch off his own crossbar. When you're forced to do that, you're not in a good position, but they still manage to get away with it. And with 0 boost would put some challenge on, though Thunder will get to it. And now Zanny, a lot of that room open, which we talked about too, and Candy Guy didn't need a whole lot of open room himself with that shot, as he'll find some space there on the front side of the net there and able to bury it as Zanny puts some pressure on, forcing Becky to try to avoid him.
Yeah, Zanny put some pressure on, absolutely, onto Becky as the third, but the other two were completely gone on the double commit there. They had to scramble defensively, Sniper and Slawfish, but neither of them found the ball. They were both out of the equation, and the touch off the kickoff just wide. You had to think that was Mount Union Purple's third goal. This one is screaming towards their own side, however, and cleared away, but for how much longer? Soft lob, and enough time here for Thunder to get a big carry out. Big challenge against Sniper as well. That's so much space to give your team off of an opportunity like that, and more misses forced out here by Illinois Springfield. Double potential, no, blocked aside. Follow-up shot here is saved emphatically by Slawfish, but now Zanny comes through. It's a passing play to the back wall, hits the center, and Candy Guy doubles, but denied yet again. Illinois Springfield defensive magic.
I don't know how they got away with that one, but they will continue to try and push it out. Mount Union looking super strong, able to create space, stick with the play. Candy, we called him out earlier in the series for doing exactly that, and they're back to it. I called out Illinois Springfield as being able to answer, and right now they haven't had one as they spent a majority of the time on the defensive side. Until now, the redirect there. Zanny forced to just hit it off his back wall. The shot just a little bit wide. And to the corner as Zanny challenged. And it was a bit of a mistouch there, and the shot will find its way through. Slawfish made it difficult for Mount Union's last back, and they will take it. There's that answer. We're back to 2-1.
Oh, and that is such a gutsy play to go for if you're Slawfish. That quick turn, considering that both your teammates are essentially on the back wall of your offensive zone, but really solid stuff to get that challenge through. Clean shot, confusing one against the defenders who had their back turned, but now it's Zanny going to the back wall. What's going to happen here? Oh, it's a setup, but Thunder unable to punch it at the bottom corner, and again we see Candy Hat far forward, very much so. So this will surely result in a pushback from Illinois Springfield. These teams have to be very careful where they throw their third person in the offensive rotation, because far too often we've seen that early challenge go through, and I feel like we're very close to seeing one big clear go in the back of the net.
Zanny looked a little bit antsy there on the defensive side, was able to kind of recover with the backflip to stay put. But now the demo's there, and it's free. Mount Union back on top by 2.
Big push here, and you can see just capitalizing on Becky's mistouch there. Candy Guy, nice one, and the demo actually goes against Mount Union Purple, but it's enough of a smoke screen that Zanny's just able to come through and punch it home. So they've got the 2-goal lead. Now it's Illinois Springfield's turn to respond and try and keep this at a level heading. 3-3 required to force our second overtime of the series, but now big clear. Slawfish nearing the final 60, gonna go for the follow-up shot. Becky can't quite punch it home. They've got the demo, but not the goal, and they've let this one slip, so they'll have to recuperate.
And Becky with a great touch to get around one, but that'll should fall in the hands of Mount Union. They took their time. They're able to jump on it eventually now. Off the corner, waiting for it. The angle not there from Thunder. So Becky kind of sensing the play coming at him, so tried to play 50 even though the opponent wasn't even in division. Now out in front, a lead blocker, and Slawfish will make his life super easy. As you saw the lead blocker out in front, Becky causing all sorts of chaos back, and that'll give them another 1-goal deficit that they can work with.
Yeah, and it's Slawfish really coming into a form here in the final moments of game number 3 from an individual standpoint. Becky certainly doing a solid amount of work to get the defenders to jump for it, as Zanny touches this one off the sidewall. Pretty strong start, but Slawfish gets picked off, and now Becky and the rest of the crew, Sniper as well, have to regain to the back wall under 30 seconds to go. Illinois Springfield still looking for one, searching. They've certainly got a lot of momentum going their way, but Becky gets stopped in a beautiful redirect to the back wall right above the crossbar. Desperation saves necessary, but none of them will connect, and Zanny yet again punches another one home for Mount Union Purple.
Oh, that touch right there just threw the defense off. They were all scrambling back. Nobody had the right angle at it, and that was everything. So one redirect can change the course of how the play looks. The play off that back wall was the right choice here for Mount Union, as they have a confident 2-goal lead here in this game number 3, looking to go to match point here. And now as the time ticks down under 5 seconds, what a save there. It will be followed up from a Candy Guy. The game was pretty much lost at that point, but you gotta love that the effort's still there for Illinois Springfield. Though they won't win this game, they still have their heart in the right place.
Absolutely. This is going to be as well the first regulation win in the series for Mount Union Purple as we get to game number 4 eventually. 3 seconds to play out, and as the ball rolls along the ground, one last pop-up, maybe somebody gets something going as Becky attempts to initiate things, but a big challenge will send it out to the open side, and Mount Union Purple, they are the first team to advance to match point in this series. A hard-fought one at that, but they've got 2 chances to close it out.
They certainly do, and they have the right mindset going in too, which is create space. You have all those mechanics, and we're going to use them, right? And those little touches in the midfield are everything. You change the pace completely. The ball heads in a totally different direction, and you saw Illinois Springfield kind of scrambling back at times. So for them, the adjustment needs to be made that they got to get back in rotation, right? Those down the field passes where you're cherry picking, not going to work, not going to fly here, especially when they're able to, just go the other way so quickly, right? Their transition play is so awesome on the other side for Mount Union. Stay calm, right? Take a deep breath. Let the play come to you. Make sure your rotations are stout on the defensive side first before you transition down the field.
Absolutely, because for Mount Union Purple, we talked so much about their speed and their ability to transition, and for Illinois Springfield, the answer becomes they need to block that initial push, limit the amount of time that Mount Union Purple spends in the offensive zone, because if you can't get back in time on that transition defense, very obviously the first opportunity that you concede is going to look like a very strong one for Mount Union Purple, and it's going to hit the back of the net far more often than it theoretically should. So for Illinois Springfield, it becomes that speed, as you said, to getting back onto the defensive side of things, keeping themselves strong, limiting Mount Union Purple to about 1 or 2 shots each offensive opportunity, and then driving back the other way. You can see that starting early. Slothish picks up the pass from Becky, and they've got the dream start here in game 4.
And that's what I'm talking about. Set your own pace. Illinois Springfield needs to be done with answering, and they need to set the tone themselves, play the pace that they want to play. That was such a quick transition there, Gauguin. And now a 1-0 lead here for Illinois Springfield. Doing all the right things to get on the scoreboard first, perhaps a second time here too. The Slothish will put that well wide of the target. And they'll have to wait back for a touch in the corner. Now pressure on for Mount Union as they look to try and get a bump too, but there was no support there for Zanny. He recognizes that. He'll just grab boost. He'll be content that his team is behind him and able to make a defensive play and push forward.
It's a big touch.
Oh, Thunder able to put it away there too. Saw that developing about 10 seconds ago, and they pull through.
Yeah, that's such a tough one. Again, you get the defenders sort of scrambling back to the goal line, but there's not much else you can really expect in that situation because it's such a soft lob. The player in that position to launch the ball from the midfield could do a plethora of things to the back wall, to either side to try and set up a pass. So there are so many avenues you have to prepare yourself for, but also got to prepare yourself right off the kickoff as yet again Mount Union Purple get a whole lot of strong positioning to keep this going. Middle of the field though, and Slothish is eyeing it up. A Candy Guy was up there before anybody else could even think about contesting that. Mount Union Purple looking to hammer home this possession here. You can see the rotations coming through nice and flush. 1, 2, 3. They all take their turns. Zanny makes it from the midfield, gets it out of the corner. Thunder a little too hot and heavy on that one. Can't quite get around to it. Mount Union Purple back off just for a moment.
Zanny, questionable touch there. I think the communication said that he should come back and get it. Now we're looking at an open cage. Where is the defense? Thunder's not going to get many goals easier than that one. Not sure where they were playing on that one. Just the 50-50 to open up everything. And it's just basically carrying into the net at that point.
Yeah, really confusing situation. I mean, I feel like the intention is just to bank on that 50. Everybody else is charging up in a somewhat horizontal line from the middle of the field, and you just hope that it ends up in a relevant spot to punch it home very quickly, and banking on the fact that Mount Union Purple may not be in the best defensive stance, but it's Illinois Springfield who are forced to play even more defense. Bar down, and Zanny's already there. They've got to take so much time, Illinois Springfield, just to readjust after the first shot, but Zanny gives them absolutely no time at all.
Yeah, he hopped in an instant, knowing that if that goes in, great. And if it doesn't, it's going to go bar down, and I can touch that one in. I've been so impressed with Zanny's decision-making, not only ability to pass the ball where it needs to go, perfect dimes on the field, just a true playmaker in every sense of the word. And that all takes just map control, knowing exactly where you need to be positionally in order to make those plays. But now an answer no. Zanny able to draw back yet again, make a great save. So Slothish forced to try and take a 50-50. One that does not favor him. The pass there again, and Sandy gonna strike again. Mount Union 4-1.
Oh my goodness, they look like they've got unbreakable chains strapped between all of them so far. The pass, immaculate. It doesn't matter who's hitting it to whom for Mount Union Purple. They're connecting at every single opportunity that they want, and they've come into this game for about as strong of a response as they possibly can, and now Zanny's just trying to free play towards the backboard. Oh, a massive challenge. Candy Guy and Thunder are both up for this as well. You can smell the blood in the water here that Mount Union Purple are going crazy for in Illinois Springfield. At this point, it has to be damage control, but Becky is going to kickstart a little bit of a comeback, hopefully of Illinois Springfield's own.
Nicely set up by Sniper to get the 50-50 win. We talked about how important that would be in midfield, and to pop it back there where Becky was able to jump on that too. Sometimes you can be frustrated going down by that amount, and sometimes you see those easy goals missed, but Becky took his time and able to put it in the back of the net. So down by 2 now. Feels a little bit more, accomplishable, if that's a word.
Certainly does. It's something to think about for Illinois Springfield because we've seen the potential from them, right? They have the clutch factor, but you almost wish that they would bring it out in a more neutral state because Mount Union Purple, they're not necessarily going to take their foot off the accelerator anytime soon, but there's only 2 minutes left on the clock to make that adjustment. And Illinois Springfield, in order to make a response, it's a monumental effort. That is a really nice touch to open things up, and there's Becky. Sure enough, defender gets caught looking, and Becky brings us within 1.
Another great play from Becky to play that in a spot where the defense wasn't ready for it. Again, 1 on the back wall. No, not available, not able to get to it, so put it just between 2 defenders. And that'll cause the comms needing to be strong there for Mount Union, as strong as it appeared to be. They still drop this goal. So now minute 40, feeling really good if you're Illinois Springfield, as long as you get out of this one. And Slothish able to make that save, and will jump out. Candy Guy misses too, and now already up for it. Slothish trying to get a touch, but can't. Just went a little bit too far there.
Oh, the pieces nearly connecting, and now it's Becky a little awkward off the sidewall. We've seen that story before, but it works out in favor of Illinois Springfield this time around, getting closer to the final 60. Slothish caught in an awkward spot, and that challenge is not going to favor Becky. It's bouncing out of the corner very quickly, right in front of the goal line. Slothish has to make another touch, and does, seemingly with no resources and no momentum whatsoever to get it done. Slothish has now done it twice, but with just under 60 seconds to go here, the ball's back in the wrong zone here for Illinois Springfield with 1 more goal to find.
Zanny going to be challenged on this one too. That one was angled towards the net, as the senior Candy Guy coming up clutch with that touch. Although Slothish was, you can say the same about him in the other ends. Becky now looks and turns. Well, Chipit was looking for Slothish, but he had retreated for boost. Did not get any in the process anyways, and so that will surrender any pressure they had. And we'll have to try and start here from their own end. 30 seconds remaining on the clock here. As 2 members of Mount Union here in the corner, now is the time to push back if you're Illinois Springfield, but that ball is heading towards the net. A couple of touches, though, to get out. We're down to 15 seconds now.
That's the open space that they need, and Becky's waiting for it. Gets a touch of the sidewall. Slothish, no boost in the tank, though. Has to make a very awkward stammering just to get to it. Sidewall, midfield now, going past everybody. 2-on-0. Open net, bottom corner. It's not in, but it's denied on the challenge. The glimmer of hope is snuffed out immediately, and Mount Union Purple. It's a bit of a scramble at the end to get it done, but they do in 4. My goodness, what a finish to that one. Nearly had a crazy 0-second opportunity.
I saw that miss and bounce up. I was like, there's a chance. And they gave themselves the opportunity to be in that situation in the first place, is the honest answer for me as far as what I saw. I mean, they tried to dig out. Illinois Springfield, they always had an answer. And again, even though they were down 4-1, we were basically counting them out. The confidence was unreal for Mount Union, but Illinois Springfield didn't go anywhere. They stuck around. They were able to kind of, cross their T's, dot their I's, pull it back within 1. Had an opportunity there at the end that goes a little bit awry. But again, it's just week 1. Illinois Springfield, yeah, you're 0-1 to start off this season. It's not going to stay like that for the majority of the season, I can tell you that.
And there's a whole lot of promise for that Illinois Springfield roster because we saw Becky able to strike home a couple of those opportunities in the series, but for that roster specifically, they did a really good job of limiting the time that Mount Union Purple were able to spend on offense. Mount Union Purple, great offensive team. They scored the opportunities that were presented to them. But on the other side of things, you love to see Illinois Springfield getting that solid clear away. They just need to find the efficiency on the transition offense, find that punch home more often than Becky is able to peak, and Illinois Springfield will certainly find better results in the coming weeks.
I certainly agree, for sure. Yeah, other side of the coin, too. You talk about Mountain Union. They came with speed, just as we expected. And the two freshmen is really who I was watching, and they performed really well. Sometimes those extreme nerves can really hit you, especially when you haven't played or competed at the collegiate level. If you maybe play for another league, maybe you get one match in. But right now, it's the first match here for NECC, which is what we're covering. And from what I saw, they're going to be an excellent team. They already were prior to picking up Thunder in Zanny, but now it's a whole different ball game. They played so well, and I look forward to seeing them in the future as far as how they grow over the course of the season themselves. When we come back, we have a couple of new casters coming on. It'll be Captain Atsuka, a friend of mine, and Fish on the call. It'll be Colorado College Black facing off with Major League Cougs, so you don't want to miss that one. We'll be right back.
Well, hello and welcome to some Rocket League here on the NECC, and I am glad to be back. I am your host this evening, Captain at Soka, joined by the one and only Fish.
Hey, I'm happy to be here. You know, I'm gonna be out of my element, Captain. I'm a league guy. This game moves way too quick for me, man. Like 5-minute games, dude. I'm talking like 45-minute games. So you guys are moving way too quick. I'm gonna try and keep up. But I'm excited to see this first week on the stream. I love to see the kids at it. It's gonna be a ton of fun tonight.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way we can keep it slow. We're literally on wheels. These are vehicles we are driving, and we are driving for the goals. And now, for our first game this evening, for you and I anyway, we're going to be having Colorado College Black going up against Major League Coug. Now, these are going to be some decent teams here. As you can see, Colorado College Black has their starting lineup with Dwayne, followed by Xenon, and last but not least, it's Wild Man SF.
Hey, I'm always looking, where are these kids at in school? You know, you got 2 sophomores, Captain. How are they doing in their classes? You know, this is their second year on campus. Class is going well. You're still a little bit unnerved. So I'm expecting Wildman, the senior, kind of hold this team together early on, kind of coach these young guns until they're all up to speed on their college experience. So Wildman's my guy to watch here for Colorado College Black.
Yeah, and with Xenon being a computer science major, I better not see not one ping issue, not one technical issue coming from Xenon. But let's take a look at Major League Cougs as they are getting ready to come up against Colorado College Black. And here they are. It's going to be a Schlumperd with a political science major. And then, of course, we got Jesus Gaming, the Holy One. And, of course, we got Biggie Omen to fill out that roster.
I like how you called him the Holy One. You look at this roster, 2 seniors. You get a freshman in there. He's got to have some absolute skill to slot aside 2 seniors. So I expect Jesus Gaming maybe go a little bit too hard. You know, he's trying to impress the upperclassmen. So just like I talked about with Colorado College, those 2 seniors, probably maybe after that first game, they're going to pull Jesus aside and be like, hey, man, look, let's calm it down. You don't need to score 500 goals in your first game. You're starting for a reason. Plus, computer information systems, he probably is going to know everything that's going on the back end as well. So that freshman is going to be ready to go.
Absolutely, and the thing about Schlumperd actually is that they know sign language, so they say they got hands, both in real life and in the game. So only one way to find out, and that's going to be able to see these 2 go head-to-head. Once again, we got Colorado College Black and Major League Cougs getting ready to battle this one out as we get ready to get our first game underway. And as a friendly reminder for the folks at home that may have forgotten during the offseason, these are going to be best of 5, so the first to 3 wins. And now, again, you know, you're saying you're coming from League of Legends, a little bit slower pace. So 3 games in Rocket League, it could go by pretty fast. It depends if you're able to get the sweep or not.
Yeah, I hear best of 5. I'm like, are we here for 5 hours? Like, how long we got? But no, as you said, we could be here 15 minutes. I'm excited to see that first game is really what I want to keep my eye on here, especially since it's week 1. Is somebody maybe a little bit sluggish? Is it one of the freshmen, one of the sophomores? Is somebody trying to do too much? You're trying to fill each other out. It's early in the season, too, Captain. There's not a lot of film on either of these teams. Could be probably the first time some of these teams are playing in an organized esport for this fall semester. So that first game, I want to see how they play. Is it cool? Is it relaxed? Or is it full guns a-blazing and just we're going to try and score as many goals as possible? That's really what I want to see from game number 1. And then that'll tell me how the series is going to go.
Yeah, and like you said, not only is this going to be the debut for this season, for some of these teams, it's going to be their debut for the NECC. So they're going to want to start with their best foot forward or wheel, depending on, you know, how you're going to look at it. But regardless, a lot of these teams are going to come out in week number 1 and try and make a huge statement to set a precedent and set a tone for how the rest of the season will go.
Exactly, and you want to be able to tell everyone else in your division, I think we're in Emergent Central here, you want to say, like, look, we are the team to beat. You are going to be gunning for us every single week. You want to put that Brazil on the scoreboard, right? You want to 7-1 somebody. You want to send a message, but sometimes you got to play slow in Rocket League, at least as slow as you can. If you're just flying all over the field, you're making double commits, you're leaving the goal wide open, you're going to have yourself a very bad time. So like I said, game 1, slow it down a bit. Take the correct play, not the crazy play. No one cares if your TikTok gets 500 views if you lose the game by 20. I'm just saying.
You heard it straight from the fish's mouth. If you double and triple commit, you're gonna have a bad time. But regardless, I am ready to get this one underway. I cannot wait to see these 2 teams hit the field and start this one off. Again, I'm really hoping for the best. You know, every time we come into the NECC, we see these best of 5 matches. We always hope to get the glorified Game 5 overtime. If we're lucky, we may be able to see that, but only time will tell after we get this match started.
And it's every caster's dream. I don't know if it's the player's dream, but every caster's dream. Game 5, overtime, probably 0-0, so it's been a tough game the whole time. These kids, meanwhile, they want to get done. They want to get to the chow hall. They want to be able to enjoy their Friday nights. So we'll have to see if one of these kids is gutted for it. It does sound like we're almost ready to go. As you said, Colorado College Black, Major League Cougs, Emergent Central, debut on the stream for the season for these teams. As you said, maybe even your debut in the NECC. You got to send a message early on. And I'm just getting hyped up here. I am ready to go. I am ready for some Rocket League.
Oh, absolutely. And like you said, it's Friday night, so these teams are going to want to start things off right, so that way they can enjoy the rest of their weekend. And that's just me. If I'm capping, say captain's capping. But if I'm going to enjoy the rest of my weekend, I have to have at least one dub on the board. At least one.
Yeah, you got it. One dub. You probably get like 3-4 goals in there as well. You don't want to start your Friday with an L. Like, that's just the worst feeling. We've all been there. You start your Friday with an L. You hang out with the homies. They're like, what's going on? You're like, dude, I took the fattest L today. And then they've got to pick you up. You don't want to be the party killer. You want to be the life of the party. That's going to happen for one of our teams, for 3 of these kids. And like I said, I'm really curious how game number 1 goes, because I could see maybe that freshman, like I said, Jesus X game, the guy I want to keep my eye on. He might just come out like, look, I'm the freshman. I'm making a name for myself. And if the ball keeps going past him, yeah, you're going to have the wrong name made for yourself, let me tell you.
Absolutely. Well, now, with a little bit of time to spare, we should be able to get into our first match very soon and see these two teams begin to battle it out. As once again, this will be our schedule going in for the rest of the night today. At first, we're going to have that Colorado Black and Major League Cougs, followed by the Rutgers going up against Northwood White. That is going to be a banger.
Yeah, anytime Northwood is involved, you're going to get high-action Rocket League. Rutgers, hey, you're in the same division for a reason, but I still wish you the best of the luck in the world. And then we've got GCU and UBC Navy wrapping it up tonight, again, in that Champions Division. So there is some high-level Rocket League coming up. But no disrespect to Colorado College Black and Major League Cougs. They are both very talented players in that Emergent Division. And Captain Atsuka, we're just getting ready to go. But I think before we do that, we are going to take a quick break so everybody's loaded in and we're ready for Rocket League when we come back. Don't go anywhere. We've got Rocket League right ahead of us on the NECC.
Well, hello and welcome back once again to some Rocket League Live on the NECC. Once again, I am your host, Captain Etsoka, and I am joined by none other than Fish.
Hey, I'm happy to be here, Captain. It's week one. We've had some crazy thing happen, but we do know we're going to have some Rocket League coming up. We do have a brief schedule change, though. It is going to be the Hastings Broncos taking on the Upper Iowa Peacocks here in an emergent game. So it should be a lot of fun. These teams, believe, almost ready to go. And then we'll get our best of 5 Rocket League that we've been hyping you guys up for all night.
Yeah, and honestly, I cannot wait to get into this one, especially since we got a little bit stagnated there in the first game. But now all that has done is just built up my anticipation. I'm ready to see some Rocket League.
I mean, especially for Hastings, Upper Iowa, you probably were going to play. You maybe weren't going to be on the stream. Now all of a sudden you get the call up. You kind of promoted to the big leagues. That kind of adds so much more pressure to you. Because before, hey, we win, we lose. Nobody's going to see it outside maybe your teammates, maybe your director. But now all eyes are on you. You got to show up. You got to be 100% more ready to make that play on the stream. And I'm excited to see how these two teams are going to attack. And again, like I talked about an hour ago, game one, so important for me, Captain. Who's making the plays? Who's maybe a bit nervous? Those are things I got to keep my eye on for once we kick off this game.
Absolutely. Honestly, I cannot wait to see the rosters that build up these teams so that way we can keep our eyes out for any star players. But let's take a look right now at the Hastings Broncos. Up first, we're going to have Tech Deck Board. In the number 2 spot, it's going to be DJ Rorzilla. And last but not least, it's Zytros.
This is a very young team, Captain. Freshman, sophomore. I expect maybe game one to be a little bit rough. There's no one to kind of calm the nerves down a little bit. These are all very young players. I mean, it's probably on Tech Deck Board and DJ Rorzilla to be that guiding force. But as sophomores, you're still getting used to college. You just moved away from mom and dad a year ago, So this is a very young team. I expect maybe some mistakes, but they have a ton of potential to be starting this young for this team. So I would not be surprised if they make some crazy plays in this series.
Well, let's get ready to take a look at how this one will unfold as we take a look here with Upper Iowa Esports. At first for this squad, we're going to have 10-pin, followed by Khan, and then last but not least for Upper Iowa, it's going to be a Corrupster.
Upper Iowa, kind of fitting the name, right? Upper Iowa, upperclassmen. You've got the senior, you've got the junior. This is maybe that experienced team that if I had to pick favorites without seeing them play so far, Captain, it would probably be Upper Iowa. They're going to have someone who's been there before, like Krupster. He's going to know how to handle the emotions, going to help Khan kind of calm things down as the freshman. Love to see that experience. I expect them to lean on 10-pin and Krupster in that game number 1, and then let the freshmen run buck wild as this series goes on. Because, again, you got to be very talented to break into a starting lineup as a freshman, so I expect Khan to have some fantastic plays as this series goes on and he kind of gets his wheels under him, if you will.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're looking at an upcoming freshman to make it onto the starting team, you expect them to be nearly like the freshman of the year, the rookie of the year, the number 1 draft pick. And I cannot wait to see how Khan is going to fit into this roster as we get ready to get our game number 1 underway between Upper Iowa Esports and, of course, Hastings. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, best of 5 here in this Emergence Division. Game 1, lot on the line. Again, you just got promoted to the stream, Captain, and we're going to kick it off here. We'll see which team strikes first in this very, very crucial game number 1. Looks like we already got a goal. Tech Deck Board puts it in.
Yeah, already starting things off here and wasting no time whatsoever. We're getting 1 goal on the board for the Hastings Broncos. And only 3 seconds off the clock. That was insanely quick. Again, coming off the kickoff, showing a lot of speed already coming from the Hastings Broncos.
See a nice steal there from Upper Iowa. Tech Deck Board with a great save. Tried to clear it out towards midfield. Don't believe DJ Rorzilla is going to be able to get to that ball. It is going to get cleared away. And here's Tech Deck Board leading the charge, but 10-pin with a nice little clear out.
Yeah, and so far, honestly, we're seeing a lot of speed coming from the Hastings Broncos, already coming off of the kickoff goal, but also being able to show that speed in the recovery and the transition from offense to defense. So again, no hesitation coming from the side of the Broncos.
DJ Rorzilla lost the ball there, now has to retreat. It's up to Tech Deck Board, already has a goal, has a nice save in front of the net. 10-pin looking to set it up for a teammate, but a bit of a miscommunication there for Upper Iowa. No one claimed that pass. Now it's Cody going in for the goal to tie this one up at 1-1.
And now we're seeing literally 2 different play styles here, whereas the Broncos are pretty speedy. You can see that it looks like the other side here coming from Upper Iowa is very slow and methodical, being able to come out of the corner and get that pass off and wait perfectly for the perfect time to strike to put that one on and in. And now with a minute down in the game, we have 2 goals on the board, and we are tied at 1 apiece.
Oh, tech deck board off the back walls. There a chance for a rebound? There is for DJ Rorzilla. It is fast and furious in game number 1 here.
Absolutely, and this is just some heads-up play going down at the midfield, and not only did they have the dynamic duo of DJ Rorzilla and Tech Deck Board waiting, but they had a backup as well. So even if that initial backup touch did not go in, they did have a third player there and waiting to make sure they were able to catch the rebound. So again, a great amount of positioning at the midfield coming from the Broncos.
See a ball stop in midfield. Now it's up to Zytos. He's going to get it around 1, gets it around to second, and he just takes it coast to coast by himself. It's 3-1 Hastings.
Oh yeah, this right here is definitely some 1v1 mechanics. Look at that, gets the swish and flick over not 1 but 2 defenders and carries that one right off the nose into the lower 90 of the net to give now a 2-goal cushion to the Hastings Broncos.
Hastings just has so much speed, Captain. His tech deck board, he's going to take it. Are we going to get a 4th goal? He's trying to play it off the rebound, and he does. Upper Iowa's got to find some defense here.
Oh, that they do, and I got to tell you, this is a hard one to defend. Doesn't matter who you are. This is what they call finesse, being able to follow that touch up off the backboard and redirect it right on down and giving Hastings Broncos now a 3-goal lead.
Finally, Upper Iowa does win that kickoff. Coney now in the corner. Going to try and set up for his teammate, but Tech Deck Board is there. Makes a nice save. DJ Rorzero gets the clear. It is stolen away. We get a demo at midfield. And finally, a goal doesn't go in the net for Upper Iowa.
Yeah, well, how about that? As now you can see, it looks as though that the battle for the midfield has begun, but Upper Iowa will win 150-50 out to put the pressure on the Broncos, as now here comes Tenpin with the shot that goes on and in, cutting the lead of the Broncos in half.
Talked about it, that 50-50 finally went their way, and Tenpin just capitalizes on it. Wide open net, and I think maybe 6 goals is what you need to win this game at this point, Captain. These teams are putting up goals in bunches, especially Hastings here is off the kickoff. They're going to have control once again.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, it's only been it's only been 2 minutes of regulatory time off the clock, and we have 6 goals on the board. So this is already a very high-scoring game, as now Krupster looks to get that pass over towards the side, and now off the backboard does not come through for Upper Iowa, as now Zytros will take possession.
Tried to clear it down on the open net. 1 miss. Rebound chance here for DJ Rorzilla, but he just hit it on the top and rolled that ball over. Just too slow to go in the net. Now it's up to Tenpin. Gonna center towards his teammate. We get a demo towards that goalie, but the pass was too high. Hastings gonna take possession.
Oh yeah, and anybody that knows me knows already off the jump, I love the physical play. Give me all the demos, all the bumps. I want all the smoke. So let's see if they're going to be able to implement some of these physical plays in order to get a goal on the board. Remember, Upper Iowa is still down 2 goals with just over 2 minutes to go.
Oh, Krupster was in a great spot. There's those demos you love to see, Captain. It's going to allow Tech Deck Board clear that ball away from his own net, though Tenpin does maintain possession here for a little bit, but there's no one behind him. Should be an easy clear out for Hastings. McConey with a great steal in front of that. He's got a teammate, and they make it a 1-goal game.
You know what? I said it once a million times last season, and I'm going to keep saying it this season. It's the pass plays that win the games, and that was a beautiful pass coming from Krupster to find, coming from Coney to find Krupster for the shot. Again, being able to come through with the 1-2 pass in order to find the back of the net, and now Upper Iowa are only down 1 goal from equalizing, but now DJ Rorzilla nearly putting them back up too.
Zytros not done. A great save by Krupster to keep this a 1-goal game. Tech Deck Board gets a great bounce, but Coney's right there to at least drive it away. Bit of a double commit, and it ends up causing Upper Iowa some hesitation. It's a chance for Zytros, but it's turned away by the goalie.
Yep, that it is. And now you can see Coney trying to get past that midfield, and what a pinch and a banger to send this one off the backboard of Hastings. And now the follow-up trying to clear this one out, and Krupster once again going on the attack will force the issue here. As finally we can see a breakaway coming from DJ Rorzilla, but Tenpin is able to recover and get back in time to play defense.
Tenpin now with possession. He's got that teammate. Krupster was there, but Tech Deck Board reads it perfectly. Just stops a shot from Coney as well. Some great defense. But now 60 seconds left. Chance for Upper Iowa here. Coney trying to combine with his teammate. They hit the crossbar twice. They can't quite find the back of the net, Captain.
Yeah, no, that right there is just some good old-fashioned CBS, crossbar syndrome. And I got to tell you, the crossbar can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. And honestly, when you see it unfold on the field, it is oh so delightful seeing the best defender in the game do what they do best, the crossbar, knocking down attempted shots. Wonderful.
30 seconds left here. Upper Iowa with all the momentum. Tech board, nice little hit there. Sneaks it all the way down to the opposing corner. Even bumps Cody out of the way. So Zytros now with possession, looking to make this a 2-goal game. But there's nobody in midfield for the pass.
And now with the final 15 seconds on the board, still a little time left for Upper Iowa to try and equalize. As you can see now, Tech Deck is going to put this one towards the net, and it will go in. And I got to tell you, Fish, I think that's about all she wrote.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of an own goal there, but you got to make the play. That ball's going in if Coney doesn't try and save it. Did everything he could. Upper Iowa fought all the way back from 4-1. But as you said, 6 seconds left. There's just no way in Rocket League, as fast as it is, to score 2 goals here. But Krupster gonna give it his best shot here. We'll hit 0, so Hastings will claim game 1. We'll see if we'll add a 9th goal of this game to the board. But I don't think we will, as this ball gets cleared out. It's just gonna touch the ground.
Yep, well, there you have it. The Hastings Broncos will take game number 1 in spectacular fashion. But with all that being said, still the side of Upper Iowa was putting up one heck of a fight. They were just a little bit slow in the beginning. I'll be honest. They came to the game a little bit late. By the time they were already answered back with some goals, on the side of Hastings, they had already scored 4 goals. They started to chip away slowly but surely, but frankly, there just wasn't enough time to try and make the comeback. So again, I think Upper Iowa is going to have a better showing in game number 2.
Yeah, you could really see the maturity of Upper Iowa. I mean, they got just run out of the gates. It was 4-1. It's 2 minutes into the game, but they figured things out. That defense didn't allow a goal for really the final 3 minutes until that own goal at the very end. Nearly fought their way back. I'm right there with you, Captain. I think Upper Iowa going to be that team. You can tell they quickly learned, okay, Tech Deck Ford is going to want to go for some crazy aerials. He's going to want to make plays off kickoffs. They figured that out really quick. This is by no means an easy Hastings win. They're going to have to find creative ways on offense to score, because after those first 2 minutes, they kind of got shut out until the very end of that game, did the Hastings Broncos, but they still get the win, so they're still at least happy about it.
Yeah, and then after the first couple of goals that were scored by Hastings, you could see, plain as day, that on the side of Upper Iowa, they started to answer back at the midfield. They started to provide a little bit of a tug and war, and they were able to really start getting the physical plays, getting the bump plays, and started to challenge the opposition there at the midfield, and honestly really started to slow down the offense that was coming from Hastings Broncos. But now here we go. Let's get game number 2 underway, and let's see if Upper Iowa can answer back.
10-pin with just a miss there. It's going to allow Zytros to get control of the ball. Pass towards the middle of the field, but DJ Rorzilla just wide on the shot. Tech Deck Board can't quite corral it either. Great chance here for Upper Iowa, but Zytros, fantastic save in front of the net.
Yep, that they do. And now Zytros once again gets a nice swish and flick, but not before the opposition does get a little bit of a touch on it. And now Zytros again takes it towards the corner and gets a little cheeky bump, and then bump themselves for their effort as this pinch goes long, but it will go wide right off the sidebar. Nearly a goal for Upper Iowa.
Upper Iowa just having a battle with the crossbar at this point as Tech Deck Board looking to make the save. That shot does go wide. Zytros doesn't have any boost, so he's going to have to try and clear this. Tech Deck Board actually steals it away. Wants that aerial play, but this time Coney reads it, not going to allow for that redirect as DJ Rorzilla with the whip. Zytros one final shot down, but there's nobody home for any follow-up.
Yeah, now once again, we're going to see Upper Iowa take possession, but they just give it away to Tech Deck now, who tries to take an opportunity, but they didn't have the boost, they didn't have the juice, and now the possession will go back the way of Upper Iowa. And I told you, I even said in the previous game, they're going to come back and they're going to answer back in a major way as Upper Iowa bringing a lot more aggression in game number 2 than they did in game number 1.
Look, every time we look at Hastings, they're low on boost. They've got to find a way to manage that as Coney has possession in the corner. Can't quite center it up. Him and Tech Deck Board battling. Krupster ends up being the one to go over, but now Tech Deck Board gets his clear stolen away. Finally, DJ Rorzilla, but not a great touch. Allows Coney to rip it from midfield. Zytros makes the save, but Hastings on defense for the last 45 seconds and more.
Yeah, and we saw in the last game towards the end that Upper Iowa really started to step up their game at the midfield, and now they're just carrying that into game number 2. They have been an absolute monster at the midfield, and now they're trying to hold on off of that missed touch that nearly went in, but now the follow-up touch will also be down and by the wayside. As you can see, Krupster will finally be able to clear this one out.
Got that full midfield boost. Tried to demo tech deck board. Nice jump on that one. Allows DJ Rorzilla to take a shot. Do they have the follow-up? No, they do not. Tenpin gonna carry it down. Get the great dunk over Zytros as well. Tech deck board. Nice save as the last line of defense. And finally, slows down Upper Iowa just a little bit.
Now you see, this is a night and day difference between game number 1 and game number 2. As you can see, DJ Rorzilla nearly being able to put that one in, but did not have enough muscle behind it and couldn't get it to go. Is now, like I was saying, this is a night and day difference. Already in the first game, we were sitting at 6 goals. Now it's been nearly, actually, no, we're well in past halftime, and it's still 0-0. As it looks like finally a scoring opportunity was there, but Upper Iowa gets beat out on the defense.
Upper Iowa's defense, they came together in the final 3 minutes of game 1. They've clearly figured out how to shut down Hastings. As you said, only 2 minutes left, still 0-0. And now a great opportunity. But unfortunately, Krupster kind of hit it back to Tenpin, killed that forward momentum. Tech deck board racing back to Zytros, who played so great defensively. Gets a nice demo. Can't quite clear the ball, but Tech deck board should be able to dribble this one out as he gets it around Coney.
And now you can see Tech deck board once again going for the finesse, and will get it on target. That will be the first goal of game number 2, going the way of Hastings Broncos.
Tech deck board putting on a show. What a play off the rebound, the solo carry. And that's Hastings' MO so far, Captain. There's not a lot of passing. It's kind of like take the ball and just go as fast as you can. And so far, they have the lead. Can they hold it for the last 90 seconds? Coney wants to change that. Can't quite get it drilled down on net. His teammate has an opportunity. Tenpin going to dribble it in. DJ Rorzilla with the fantastic save. One more chance here for Krupster. But his shot also going to be turned away on the dunk.
Yeah, now look, they tried to get the bump and they tried to go for the demo, but the fake did not work onto the defender. They just held their ground, and now they're going to transition from defense to offense and get a demo of their own, but hold the phone. Here comes the offense coming from Upper Iowa.
Oh, there's a chance for Upper Iowa. 60 seconds left. Unfortunately, no one can get there. Tenpin can't quite find it. Great clear by Tech deck board. It goes over Krupster. This ball's going to be centered in front of the net. That's a risky play, but Coney bails out his team. But can they find the game-tying goal, Captain, as they lose possession, finally able to clear it down into the corner?
I don't know. It's going to be tough. 40 seconds is still plenty of time. And there's something that I always like to say. It's called Rocket League time theory. And it's that 10 seconds in the real life is a Rocket League minute. So still plenty of time for Upper Iowa to try and equalize against the Hastings Broncos, as another shot will be deflected.
That could have been game, but a great save. There's still a chance here. DJ Rorzilla, his shot turned away. 20 seconds and counting down. Tech deck board trying to put his team ahead by 2 goals. But it's saved. Now it's Zytros just wide of the net. He's got a wide open goal, and it goes in to give Hastings the 2-goal lead.
Yep, and now Zytros being able to take it themselves. Again, look at the fantastic presence at the midfield, and that is exactly where we have seen Hastings come through time and time again, being able to rotate in and out of that midfield and hold the line and make the most of it. Now they are up 2-0 with only 5 seconds to go, and then once again, it looks as though the Hastings Broncos will be taking another game win over Upper Iowa.
For Iowa, just battling that crossbar. Wouldn't have mattered, but would have been nice to get a goal on the board at game number 2. And now Hastings gearing up for the sweep. But as we both talked about, Upper Iowa figured things out. That was a scoreless game until Tech deck board, who's really turned this into his personal highlight reel. The coast-to-coast goal, the flick play, and the rebound. Somebody's got to stop him. You said you like the physical play, Captain. I'm thinking demos on Tech deck board if you want to get back in this series if you're Upper Iowa.
Okay, I see you, Fish. You're straight up putting out a whole bounty scandal on Tech deck board.
Oh, yeah.
You just put a target on Tech deck's back, and now everybody's going to try and go for the demolition. Well, let me tell you something. I completely agree. They have got to get rid of Tech deck board. Every single time you see a highlight reel play, it's coming from Tech deck. A nice little flick to put the ball on target every single time. They're coming out strong with the finesse, and right now they simply cannot be stopped.
I will say, my one concern for Hastings, it's not a lot of passing. As you said, the passing is what makes you win in Rocket League. It's a lot of solo play, mainly Tech deck board. DJ Rorzilla had a couple of chances. If you're Upper Iowa, you can capitalize on that. No, there's not going to be a setup play. If that first ball misses, just blast out a clear. Try and set something up of your own. And I will say, though, the other quiet member, Zytros, money on the defensive line. Multiple saves. Even had a guy try to demo him. Didn't even flick. Just watch the guy fly over and projecting the jump. He is an absolute stonewall defensively. I've been very impressed with Hastings. I didn't think their style would work, but hey, they're 1 point away from a week 1 sweep, and that's what you love if you're a Hastings Bronco fan.
Absolutely. Well, you know what time it is. Let's get 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 3 is underway.
Krupster and Upper Iowa, they want to strike first. They want to steal that momentum that Hastings is building. And right now they've got possession, but there's Zytros, the stone wall, gets a clear. DJ Rorzilla and Tech Board kind of on opposite pages. DJ Rorzilla able to clear this one out, and Upper Iowa misses a golden chance.
Yeah, that they do, and I gotta tell you already, coming out of the gate swinging, only 25 seconds gone, and you can see once again, it's that classic tug-of-war at the midfield. You know, not one team is really giving way, and now you can see Upper Iowa finds their backs up against the wall, but the recovery is top-notch.
Huge demo by Krupster there. Chance on a 3-on-2. It's Tech Board defensively making a name for himself. One save, making another save, and a great dunk on the 50-50 as well. Making 2 dunks. He's absolutely 1v3ing right now.
Yeah, now a lot of this has been 50-50s, and I can honestly say, and again, if I'm capping, say captain's capping, but I feel like Hastings Broncos are doing a little bit better when it comes to the 50s, being able to get these challenges early at the midfield, and that's how they're able to get away with a lot of these fast break solo plays. So again, Upper Iowa is going to have to really buckle down and start playing ball as well as playing the opposition.
Now that's why you're the captain, because your call is money. All of these Upper Iowa attacks are failing because they lose 50s, just like they did right there as Tech Board gets another. The pass down to DJ Rorzilla, over to Tech Board. The give and go is money, and Hastings scores first in Game 3.
Now, you see, Fish, I think right now that Hastings heard what you said and said they weren't passing the ball, they weren't sharing the sugar. Well, guess what? Now they are able to get the give and go, the 1-2 pass to find the back of the net with only 1 minute and 30 seconds gone. And Hastings Broncos will take the 1-0 lead, and they are only a short 3 minutes and 25 seconds from getting a 3-0 sweep over Upper Iowa.
Oh, DJ Rorzilla could have built that lead, just hit it off the back of his car. Now 10-pin gets a nice clear, does get demoed, and here's that man again. Tech Board clear is stopped. Coney gonna dribble it down, has Krupster right below him, but the pass too far in front. Upper Iowa just concedes possession.
Yeah, that they do. 10-pin, though, with some nice aerial acrobatics and the 50 dunk to get this one back out to the midfield. And what a beautiful cherry on top of a demolition to get this ball back into the territory of the Hastings Broncos.
DJ Rorzilla chasing, gonna just corral this one. Really no challenges at all as he pulls it up towards midfield. Doesn't have any boost, so 10-pin. Nice steal. Tech Board, he's not gonna let you score on him that easily. As Coney with a nice pinch, goal's wide open! And the first mistake for Hastings ties this game at 1.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, don't get me wrong, Tech Board is not gonna let you score so easily, but that did not look easy. They had to get the wall pinch perfectly to put that one into the back of the net, and also they had to catch the defense nap. And notice that both of the defenders for the Hastings Broncos were out of the area. They were currently out of the box trying to play that defense. Instead, it looked as though they were trying to go and get boost.
Yeah, they were trying to maybe even run the floor, make an offensive push with it as DJ Rorzilla. Nice little bounce, baits out everybody, but the goalie with a nice little touch to keep it away from his own net. Now it's up to 10-pin. Got a touch on it, wants to carry it, maybe spike it off the ground. But the crossbar once again, Upper Iowa, but the 5th time, Captain. The crossbar makes a save.
I'm telling you, CBS crossbar syndrome is a very deadly disease. If you can constantly hit the sidebar and the crossbar over and over again, you may never find the back of the net. And that right there is absolutely fatal when it comes to Rocket League. As you can see now, the Hastings Broncos are starting to play more at the midfield and trying to get the ball out of their own half.
Uh-oh, it's Tech Board. This time he does miss. A little bit of CBS of his own as he hits the crossbar. And that'll allow Upper Iowa to dribble this one out, but they fumble the pass. Zytros, he's got it, but his shot is turned away. Tech Board at least just clears it out of harm's way, but Upper Iowa, great chance to build a lead here in Game 3.
Yeah, and then not to mention all these 50-50 pinches are getting absolutely crazy. And another one going all the way downfield and nearly finding the back of the net. But luckily, we saw the defense from Upper Iowa barely getting back in time.
Nice save by DJ Rorzilla. Coney gonna blast it long. Goes over Zytros, but that crossbar there. Once again to make the save. 10-pin just drives right past it. Tech Board at least gonna get a clear. He's got DJ Rorzilla racing down. The ball takes a funky little hop. Everybody misses on it. 60 seconds left, and Zytros can't find the back of the net.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where the follow-up was from Hastings Broncos because that was a great touch to send the ball up and off the ceiling. And more often than not, you're going to find a follow-up shot to that, but there was none coming from Hastings Broncos. So I'm wondering, where was the third player back to come in on that rotation?
A little bit scared, don't want to blow this game. You at least can get overtime as Zytros takes a shot. Nice save by Tenpin. DJ Rorzilla puts it in, but it's too slow as we hit 30 seconds left in a tied game 3.
Yeah, now look at the pass play starting to develop again for Upper Iowa. We know they could pull them off. It's just the defense from the Hastings Broncos has been top-notch, especially at the midfield. And now, once again, you can see DJ Rorzilla coming through to push this one into the danger of Upper Iowa, but a nice swish and flick will clear this one out, going all the way downfield. They have an open shot in the midfield, and there you have it. Krupster will be able to take that shot and put it on and in, giving themselves the 1-goal lead.
Get a great view from Tech Deck Board as he sees the sweep collapse before his eyes potentially, but 6 seconds left, 1-goal game, Captain. That's plenty of time for Hastings and company to at least get us to overtime kickoff. Not in their favor. Tech Deck Board, you've gone coast to coast. Can you do it again? But the wall hits it awkwardly right to the ground. Upper Iowa avoids the sweep. They force us into a game 4. The defense was solid, and just those 2 mistakes by Hastings, both those goals wide open, defense trying to push up, and that'll cost you in the game of Rocket League.
That it will, and you know what? No sweeps today. I'm sorry. They had an opportunity for the Broncos, but they denied. They said they're taking the broomstick and they're putting it back in the closet. No sweeps today. As you can see, Upper Iowa was able to answer back in a spectacular fashion. And of course, like you said, there weren't many mistakes made by Hastings at all. But when there were, it was up to Upper Iowa to come in and capitalize on those mistakes, and that's exactly what they did. The 2 smallest margins of error coming from Hastings ended up being Upper Iowa goals.
And Upper Iowa needs any opportunity they can. I mean, I've lost count. I think it's at 5 or 6 now where they've had just great shots, but they hit off the crossbar. And now, as you said, you've got that crossbar syndrome. Now you're battling not only Hastings, you're battling yourself, you're battling the crossbar. You're like, why won't this go in? You're getting frustrated. You're losing in the series, but a great set of recovery. And again, Hastings' problems that were in game 2 that I was a little worried about, they creep up again outside that give and go. As you pointed out, Captain, there's no follow-up on any of these shots. It's you take a shot, and there's just no one. They could have scored 4 or 5 goals, but they need to get that follow-up. Right now, it's Tech Deck Board and nobody else for Hastings offensively.
Yeah, well, now Upper Iowa does force the game number 4, and we are already underway. As you can see, the kickoff does go the way of Upper Iowa, but still plenty of defense from Hastings to block that kickoff shot. And now they're going to go for the fast break, but it gets cleared out and pinched away oh so quickly. Back to the midfield we go for Upper Iowa.
Upper Iowa's had some great side control in game 3, and they have it again right here as Tenpin going to clear it across midfield. Nobody home though, so DJ Rorzilla's there. Great demo onto Tech Deck Board. The offense is gone, and Hastings really has nowhere to go.
No, they do not, and you can honestly see the constant give and go but for Upper Iowa. I think they started to find a formula that really works for them, and it's passing in their own half, which honestly you don't see too often. More often than not, you see the pass go down at the midfield or in the opposition's half, but if they can get it past that midfield by passing within their own territory, I say go for it.
Oh, Tech Deck Board gets that ball stolen away. Zytro's going to have to retreat. Now these 50s are going in Upper Iowa's favor. DJ Rorzilla runs into by his own teammate, but still gets a bit of a clear. Tech Deck Board, he's done it multiple times this series, but this time the defense ready for him. He gets stopped on that coast-to-coast play.
Yep, that they do, but now you can see the ball nearly going in again for Hastings Broncos, but Tenpin now losing the 50-50 at the midfield to Rorzilla as Tech Deck Board once again tries to slow things down. But once again, Upper Iowa just takes possession away.
Jay Rorzilla, great clear. There's no follow-up, though, as we've seen throughout this series for Hastings. So it'll be Krupster who takes charge. Ball stolen away. Coney just going to try and take a shot. The Tech Deck Board there, at least to clear back to midfield. Great win on that dunk over Tenpin. But again, that ball just goes to Upper Iowa.
Yeah, and right now, Upper Iowa, it looks as though they had several opportunities, and it looks like they might have another. But a blown opportunity. Again, Upper Iowa constantly finding themselves in the conversation, in the danger zone of the Hastings Broncos, but they just can't get the ball on target. And once again, another opportunity goes down and by the wayside.
Tenpin with a fantastic defensive effort. Upper Iowa has really just strangled out Hastings, and now Krupster going down, gets bumped out of the way. Great defensive bump there by DJ Rorzilla. But 10-pin not done yet. Gonna bounce it on net. Tech deck board denies that. Gets it around Krupster and almost around Tony. But the dunk keeps Upper Iowa in possession. Can they finally capitalize? Oh, they cannot.
I got to tell you, that was the closest Upper Iowa has gotten so far, and even though it didn't go in, I still liked it. I like the execution because now, instead of constantly trying to put shots on net, start sending them off the backboard. That way you can pull a defender out, maybe even two, and then you can have a follow-up for a rebound from one of your teammates. So again, Upper Iowa starting to get in the right mindset when it comes to trying to find the back of the net against the Hastings Broncos.
Just keep taking those shots. Eventually, one of them's going to go in. Ball's been on the blue side most of this match, and it's going to go over there once again as 10-pin trying to put it on net. Ball's just wide, and Coney can't get there fast enough. He'll get driven out by Tech Deck Board, who sneaks it around one, sneaks it around a second. I've seen this story before. Can he convert on the goal? Oh, DJ Rorzilla just can't quite make the pass work.
No, but it was a close one, and we know Hastings Broncos do not need much to put one into the back of the net. Just give them one small opening and they will make the most of it. As you will see Coney now trying to go off the backboard. Again, I like the backboard attempts, but now it looks as though Hastings Broncos are starting to play on that back wall to deny any rebound opportunity for Upper Iowa.
Maybe Upper Iowa needs to take a page out of Hastings. Run the solo play as Zytros can't quite corral the pass from DJ Rorzilla. They're expecting the bounce pass, Captain. Now's when your best player goes coast to coast with the ball. Pull yourself a Tech Deck board if you're somebody in Upper Iowa.
Now, you see, don't get me wrong, you want to try and go for those solo plays, but that's easier said than done. Not all of us are Tech Deck. We can't all pull off the finesse, but it looks as though Tech Deck might try again with that pass that nearly went on and in, but once again, they find the crossbar.
Zytros hanging back, making sure they don't get scored on an open net like we saw multiple times in Game 3. Less than a minute left. Hastings trying to wrap up the series. Upper Iowa trying to extend it. Tech Deck board can't quite get the pass. So we'll get some bumps on the way out. Now 10-pin. It's a 1-on-3, but the shot goes way wide of the net.
Yeah, that it does. But I got to say, Upper Iowa so far doing a decent job of at least controlling the ball. At this point, it looks as though they're playing keep away from Hastings Broncos, which is great. You know, they're keeping them confined in their own half. They're running the time off the clock. And at the same time, they're exhausting all the boost and all the resources from Hastings. So now it's just going to come down to this final 15 seconds. And if neither of these teams can find the back of the net, we're going to be heading to OT.
Oh, Zytros comes racing in. It looks like Hastings probably going to get the last shot, but as I say that, DJ Rorzilla with the whip, ball flying down. With 0 seconds left, Cody puts it on net, but it's turned away, and just like that, we go to overtime, Captain.
I'm sorry, Hastings had better consider themselves lucky because that one woulda, coulda, shoulda gone in. That should have been the game at 1-0 for Upper Iowa, but the Hastings Broncos will now have a second chance here in OT to try and put this game away. And I'll tell you, in my opinion, OT is a completely different ball game. You got some teams that can play well in overtime and other teams that just can't.
Hastings is used to it. They're playing with House Buddy right now. I think if this overtime plays like the first 5 minutes did, this is going to be an Upper Iowa win. They have dominated possession. And as I say, it's shot on net, but Tech Deck board with the fantastic save, but it's all Upper Iowa here. Finally cleared away some breathing room as Tech Deck board trying to end this game, but he can't quite corral it, and Coney with the nice steal up on the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. And now almost a minute gone at halftime. And Upper Iowa nearly being able to get the goal there, but they're a little spread out amongst the field. As you can see, they are able to recover, find themselves back on defense, and get a booming clear looking for the redirect. Krupster nearly was able to get the touch, but it goes down and by the wayside.
Zytros going to try and carry this one out. Great play off the wall. Here's Tech Deck board. You see him looking for that ball. He's waiting on the back of the screen here, trying to get a touch on it, but it's cleared away over his head. Now 10-pin beats DJ Rorzilla to that ball. Has a great chance to drop it down for a teammate, but it's cleared away. Krupster one time, but it's turned away by Tech Deck board as well.
Yeah, and again, you know, we're seeing a lot of good plays, and speaking of, that was a fantastic demo. That was absolutely wonderful. Again, stirring up the defense there, causing a 3-second delay to get themselves back in rotation. And now, once again, the Hastings Broncos find themselves on offense, which is, you know, fine for them. But, again, they're not really putting anything on target. They're not causing the defense to pull themselves out of position. They're mostly just passing the ball around with no sense of direction.
Really just kind of waiting for Tech Deck board to make the play. And as he sets up DJ Rorzilla, it's a nice save, but DJ Rorzilla centers it up. but they just retreat. Hastings does not want to lose this game. 2 minutes now gone by in this game 4 overtime as Hastings on match point wants to get out of here, but unfortunately Tenpin and company not going to allow it as that ball bounces back to their side, and it looks like it should be corralled in the corner by Krupster, but he misses on it, and Cody makes the save.
Yeah, now that we almost have an entire half of regulatory time here in OT, you got to start to wonder, when does the stamina start to kick in? When does the fatigue start to settle into a lot of these players? Because I got to tell you, if this was me running an entire extra half of a game inside of OT, I would start to feel it without a doubt. So at this point, you got to ask yourself, which one of these teams is going to be numb in the thumbs or sick in the sticks?
Especially if Upper Iowa wins, you got to play a whole nother game after this. You got to pace yourself. Tenpin takes the shot. Tech deck board is there. We haven't seen much of him in game 3 or game 4. Can he put one on net? The answer to that is no, as Coney goes up. He wants to end it, and he does. We're going to a game 5, Captain, as Upper Iowa clutches it in OT.
Ask and you shall receive. We are headed to a game 5 off of that shot coming from Coney, off the pass from Krupster. And once again, like I had already said it once before, and now for 1,000,001 times, it's the pass plays that win the games. And right now, Upper Iowa is hitting the pass plays to perfection. Now, don't get me wrong. They definitely missed a lot of shots earlier on, but also they had to get around the defense coming from the opposition. Keep in mind, they were playing fantastic defense like all throughout the entire series of regulatory time, and it wasn't until OT where we started to see a couple of plays start to fall apart there, especially there at the end.
I got to say, I think Upper Iowa, they'll take that game 10 times again because they should have had, as you said, 2, 3 goals. They dominated time of possession. They dominated side control. They dominated boost control as well. They just couldn't find the back of the net. And Captain, earlier, Upper Iowa slammed the door on the sweep. They got the brooms right back out for that reverse sweep, which maybe is even sweeter if you go down 2-0 and you run it back in a best of 5.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be tough. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. It's not too often that we get to see the reverse sweep. And after the broomstick was already put away, I didn't think it was coming back out. But sure enough, it was Upper Iowa that is now going to grab it. If they are able to pull this off, it's going to be absolutely extraordinary, and no better way to kick things off for the NECC in week number 1 than having a reverse sweep on the board. So let's get ready to see if they're going to be able to pull it off, or will the Hastings Broncos shut down this comeback once and for all?
This is crucial time right now for Hastings. What did you talk about between Game 4 and Game 5? You've lost all your momentum. You need an early goal, and Zytros might just have it, but he's a bit wide of the net, and that's going to allow Upper Iowa to set up this offense that was so good in game number 4 as Krupster going to clear it down.
Now, you see, and that's the thing. Hastings Broncos did have all that momentum, but now, if anything, they're at a slow disadvantage because Upper Iowa now has the momentum in their favor. They have won 2 unanswered games. So all the morale and momentum is now on the side of the Upper Iowa squad, as already you can see they are peppering the net with shot after shot, as now one will go on target, but it will be saved and cleared away.
Nitro's going to try and save something for his team, but as we've talked about all series, there's just no follow-up. DJ Rorzilla makes a great save in the net, but the follow-up goes in from Krupster, and Upper Iowa strikes first in Game 5.
Yep, Krupster once again being able to get the teardrop shot to put this one in the upper 90, and already Tech Deck Board and DJ Rorzilla were already committed. They kind of already went for a touch, and unfortunately that touch that came off a Tech Deck Board was a little off, and they weren't able to clear it out. So now, already with a minute gone, it will be a 1-0 lead in the favor of Upper Iowa.
Coney going to try and just take control of this ball. Upper Iowa looking for an insurance goal or 2 as Krupster carries it into the corner where their bread and butter has been made in this series. Coney going to keep it alive. They want that rebound. Tech Deck Board. Nice clear, but once again, it's stopped by Tenpin. Upper Iowa has the follow for Krupster. He just can't get to the ball, and now Zytros rips a shot at an open net, but Cody's there for the save.
Oh, absolutely, and that was a beautiful save again, being able to go up and redirect that one off the backboard. But what a redirect coming off of this pass and keeping it low into the ground too. Again, not taking to the sky, not putting it up high, but putting it directly for Tenpin to just drill that one into the back of the net at 98.14 kilometers per hour. And now Upper Iowa will have a 2-0 lead.
Zytros still looking for his back axle on that one. He got his ankles absolutely broken. And now this could be a chance to blow Game 5 wide open. Krupster's got it. He can't redirect it on the open net. Coney kind of bounces it in front. It's a great chance for Upper Iowa. But there's no one there playing some smart defense. Don't want to blow this Game 5 lead. And they'll let the ball get cleared back down to him.
Yeah, I'll be honest, that one also felt like a wasted opportunity. Granted that Upper Iowa's up 2-0, that's great, but that could have been 3-0. They were going for the 1-2 give and go. They weren't able to find the back of the net, and honestly, the third person back was not there to clean it up. But still, you know, I guess when you have that 2-0 lead, you don't want to risk too much. You want to hold on to that insurance goal.
3 probably would have been the dagger, though, Captain, for Hastings. They have just fallen so much on their face in this series the last 3 games, and now it's a chance for Upper Iowa. Coney racing in, stops Tech Deck board, and really gets a great bounce off the wall. But again, just going to retreat and actually takes out his own teammate. Tenpin, though, drives right through it, but there's still no follow-up. Upper Iowa's so cautious right now, trying to hold on to this lead in the second half of this Game 5.
Yep, we are officially past halftime here, as now the time starts to work against Hastings Broncos, but they have an opportunity, and Zytros will make the most of it. Now cutting the lead in half, they finally get a goal on the board here in game number 5.
That's what Hastings needed. Somebody besides Tech Deck board to start the scoring. Now it's a 1-goal game. Now you've got that confidence back. See what they can do in our final 2 minutes, 20 seconds. And this kickoff might be huge as Zytros gets a great bounce, placing it around a second one, and all of a sudden, Hastings is in business. But DJ Roarzilla gets demoed, and that's going to slow things down.
Yep, that it will. And once again, it's a little bit of the slow, methodical play coming from Upper Iowa, and it's working out. You know, they're not being a glass cannon. They're not shooting blindly. They're actually trying to have calculated plays and have a little bit of method to the madness. That is the Upper Iowa offense, and it has been paying off. But now it looks as though the Hastings Broncos are starting to be a little bit more methodical themselves. They're taking their time a lot more, and they're getting smart, high percentage touches in order to try and clear the ball out of their own half and put shots on target.
Upper Iowa offense has just really just killed everything that goes past that halfway line. Ball back on the blue side. Coney gets it around 1, gets it around a second. Oh, just misses what would have been a huge third goal of this game. Tenpin with the follow-up, and the ball just has to get cleared down. Tech Deck board racing. Can't even come close to try and maintain possession for his team. Then back to the mid-stripe.
Yep, but look at this touch coming from Upper Iowa at the midfield. This time, the Hastings Broncos got caught out of the stable. Nobody there. The goal was home alone, and now, like you said, Upper Iowa is going to have that third goal, and once again, they will get that 2-goal cushion.
And they're just going to bleed this clock. I know you said 10 seconds feels like a minute, but Upper Iowa's got to defend for only about 70 more seconds to pull off the reverse sweep, and they're looking for more as Krupster dribbles it in. Tech Deck board turns it away, but you don't want the ball on the blue side if you're a Hastings fan. Finally cleared away, but a nice win on the dunk by Coney. Zytros fires a shot, needs to get his own rebound, and he does. Is there a follow-up? Unfortunately not.
No, but that's not going to stop the Hastings Broncos. They are still going to bring the aggression because now they really don't have much to lose. They're down by 2, but hold the phone. Let's make that 3. Tenpin able to get an absolute banger to send this one coast to coast all the way from their own half into the back of the net of Hastings, and a flips bad coming from the Broncos as they got caught up in their own net, and now it is all but over except the crying as Upper Iowa will lead 4-1.
Oh, hold on just a little bit. DJ Roarzilla puts it in, gets it back to that 2-goal game. Still 37 seconds left. Kickoffs are where early in this series Hastings scored a lot of goals. Gonna have to do that 2 more times, and hey, you get a goal here, anything can happen. This kickoff crucial, Captain, for how these final 37 seconds go.
Oh yeah, I'll eat my own words on that one. They have a sign of life now. I'll be completely honest. They definitely made me put my foot in my mouth, and it tasted okay. You know, it wasn't bad. But you can see now with 30 seconds, the clock still working against the Hastings Broncos as they are still down 2 goals. It's not impossible, but it is improbable.
Oh, well, speaking of impossible, Krupster might have just done that for Hastings. Unfortunately, they all in on the goal. Can't quite get it to touch. And Krupster puts it just past Tech Deck board to make it a 5-2 game. Anything's possible. We got to keep our hope up as the casters, Captain, but that's a tough ask for 3 goals in 15 seconds.
Yeah, it is, and honestly, it might be a little bit too much to ask. As you can see, DJ Rosilla now just trying to put anything on target and hoping that something sticks, but it will be Upper Iowa to just run out the remainder of this clock, and an open net opportunity doesn't go in, and that'll do it. It will be Upper Iowa to pull off the reverse sweep and take the win over the Hastings Broncos. What a game.
Those final 10 seconds right there in that Game 5, that just sums up the series for Hastings. You're dominating. You look like you've got it in the bag. And then, unfortunately, you just kind of run into yourself, trip over your teammate, and it gets cleared away. Big props to Upper Iowa. This team figured things out when they were down 2-0, go into overtime. You're trying to keep your series alive. I mean, it's still early in the season, but to get swept, that's going to leave a poor taste in your mouth. We already talked about it. It's Friday. You won't want to be taking that L on a Friday. Great job to Upper Iowa. I will say for Hastings, you've got a lot of bright spots. Tech deck board, my man, you are awesome. Once you figure out those passes, this is going to be a very good Hastings team. But it's early in the season. You can work on that.
It most definitely is, and neither of these teams should be holding their head low. That was a fantastic game. Took it all the way the distance to a game number 5, but like you said, it's Friday night, and now it's time to celebrate for Upper Iowa as they managed to pull off the reverse sweep against Hastings Broncos. So again, GG's all around, but that's going to do it for us so far, at least for this series, but we're going to be taking a quick break, and don't you worry, when we come back, we will be bringing more intense Rocket League competitive play right after this, right here on the NECC.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and fans all across the nation, we are back here at NECC Action. My name is Futh, and I'm joined in the booth by a very special friend of mine. I have Odd Fellow Gaming joining us here on the NECC stage to help kick this one off.
How's it going, Foof? I am so excited to finally be back in the booth with you. I'm also very excited for what's essentially my college debut, and I'm very, very excited to talk about some of these up-and-coming and yet also well-known players across the collegiate scene.
And so when you're looking at a week one game, you have to think this is all about the excitement. This is every team has the equal chance to go the distance. But right now, looking at both of these teams, we're going to take a dip into this GCU roster and see who they're bringing in today.
So, GCU today is going to be fielding Latumos, Nando, and Wilds, a full team of freshmen coming out here for Grand Canyon University. And it's always cool seeing freshmen coming out and playing these teams because, you know, they've got so much time still left to play. And, you know, you get to come to college. It's your first year in college, and you get to play some Rocket League while you're doing it. Also, very diverse majors here across all three of these players.
And now when you look at this UBC squad, flipping the script, we have all freshmen on one side and then almost all old heads on the other side. You have Ski and Jared as the two seniors of this squad, and then Dagger in as a sophomore. So everyone looking a bit older than age. But you have to remember, folks, esports and age doesn't exactly correlate. A team of all freshmen can give an older team a bit of trouble, but it's all about who gets to this teamwork, who has the most cohesion, and who is able to find the first big play.
And another thing that we can point out here as you were looking at some of those majors, there's a lot of computer science, a lot of engineering. These are some smart players. These are some intelligent players that we've got out here on the pitch. And I think we're really going to see that come out as we see like how the plays are put together in terms of positioning, because Rocket League is so much in terms of intelligence and positioning and how you play the game, not just what you can do with the controller in your hands.
We have 5 on the have to talk about not only the planning and strategy that goes into a game, but this is teams that might not have seen each other yet. And so with week one, game one on the line, it's going to be a bit of nerves and a bit of a feeling out process here with an early 50 going back towards this UBC Navy side as they need to find some control here. Luckily able to get that out, but a dangerous 50 cleared away.
And another thing I think we can bring up as we were talking about, you know, the freshmen versus seniors and all that kind of thing, it comes down to play time together. You have to assume that these UBC players, being seniors and being sophomores, have spent a lot of time playing together, and there, as I'm talking about it, Latumos actually scores the first goal of the game for Grand Canyon.
Just a bit too overzealous was Jared, and that opens up the door, and Latumos going the distance just to sneak it in, and an early goal puts them up by 1.
And I'm hoping that that kind of allows UBC to realize, okay, we still need to have some aggression in our offensive pushes, but we might want to just kind of watch the rotations from the third man. That's not necessarily a bad thing just yet, as Nando tries to get a double tap off the backboard, but it is quickly turned away there. So it's looking like there's some good aggression coming out of both teams. UBC just has to watch how they're doing their rotations.
Demo on the backboard could open something up, but not a lot of following here from UBC Navy, and so a bit tentative on the offensive side, Odd, as they're just prying around looking for any open net, and they had one, but with no follow-up at third. They're back on the defensive side. Jared has about 40 boosts to play with, but immediately stuffed out by Wilds. Latumos looking near post. He's got the shot, and he's got the goal. It's a 2-0 lead.
Latumos breaking out the protractor there out of the corner. Fantastic placement here. Great pass from Wilds as well, setting him up off the backboard. And Wilds actually getting a clutch bump there on the goal line. Didn't even see that until the last second there. And that's what I love about the intelligence of these players. They know, like, hey, when I'm rotating, don't just rotate and get out of there. Rotate and look for something to do while also getting out of there as fast as you can.
You have to think about that entire process. It wasn't only signed, but sealed and delivered to make it a double goal lead. 2-goal advantage now here. First 90 seconds gone. UBC Navy a couple of opportunities, but still trying to find the back of the net. It's a 2v1 power play. A pass midfield maybe, but Ski loses control, so it's off the backboard once again. Grand Canyon University still on the defensive front, but they seem to be in control, just keeping this ball away from the vital backboard. Dead looking for the soft touch, and he's gonna find it. I say they protect their backboard, but it's wide open.
And a lot of this really came down to the midfield presence that that UBC was holding here, and it finally just paid off in a beautiful pass off the backboard. Fantastic soft touch there from Dead just to drop it down just underneath the crossbar, and UBC cuts that 2-goal lead down to 1.
And that is the most important goal of the game. Odd is Latumos trying to answer back so quick, because at any point in the series, if you've been yet to able to find the net once, it just begins to mount more and more. So both teams have broken the bank. They have opportunities. They know what to do. That's a shot coming on. There's no one home. Ooh. Nando slotting it in. You see the Phoenix rising from that corner shot.
And this all comes down to the offensive speed here that you just get out of GCU. Fantastic team play there at the midfield line. Wilds there as well to try and help it out if it needed it. And a lot of this is really just coming down to the speed of challenges coming out of GCU. They're not even really giving UBC a chance to breathe, not giving them a chance to set up good clears or to set up good passing lanes to actually put some offense together, as Wilds was looking for that corner pinch.
I was so excited for a pinch pass, but they could not find the angle, unfortunately stuffing themselves the ball back at midfield. And UBC opting to let that one rest, so it's immediately cleared away. Latumos off the backboard. Nando wants to play slow. The double tap a little bit overzealous, very optimistic on that backboard read, but couldn't get it to go. Jared 50'd hard by Wilds. Wilds wants to get it off the corner past midfield, but no real follow-up once again. So just more clock continuing to go away as we have just about 130 seconds left here in game 1.
And as you mentioned, no one was there to follow up there with GCU, but that's because they're starting to play back a little bit. They have this 2-goal buffer. They don't have to be as aggressive. I would like to still see them keep the pressure on, because otherwise UBC is going to get opportunities like they're getting here. And that one rings off the crossbar. That's such an unfortunate shot going wide there from Jared P.
When you see any kind of redirect coming off a car facing the wrong way, you know it could be disastrous or it could be huge, and that's going to ring off the post as Grand Canyon University had a golden opportunity, but it's turned away by that pesky post. Now off the backboard, Latumos trying to slow it down to pass midfield. Jared P is there. He's going to find the soft touch. It's 2-3.
Fantastic front of the net passing play here from UBC. Just a nice little soft touch leads it wide open for Jared P. Unfortunately, the defenders there from GCU just getting a little bit caught on their front side of the net. You know, you love seeing the back post rotations, but when all 3 players go back post at the same time, it can leave that net wide open for a counterattack.
It's our post, Odd. You have to remember that. It's not just your post.
It's our post.
It's our post. But unfortunately, the defense is a little bit too much togetherness means there's no oneness in the middle of the net. And so it's only a 1-goal lead as Grand Canyon, they topped out early to a 2-0 lead, able to score and get it back to 2. But UBC Navy just pesky, finding challenges, finding ways to score, and staying locked in this game number 1. So a bit of a stalemate here, a lead block maybe. Latumos just needs to drop it down, and he goes off the crossbar. Nando, though, slamming it home. A little bit of setup and a sizzle.
And this was so close here. Dead almost gets back and gets a pinch off the sidewall, but luckily Nando was pushing up just enough to finish off that air dribble there from Latumos. I think he wanted to drop that a little bit lower and get the bar down. Unfortunately, physics not quite working in his favor there, but the lead now back up to 2 goals here for GCU. Again, like I said, I want to see them keep this pressure on, because when they start taking the pressure off like they did previously, that's when we started to see that really effective offensive push come together for UBC as Latumos gets a redirect to Nando, but a save! What a save there coming out of Ski.
We need to be careful here, as that is a quick change play for both sides. With the ball now slowed down by Dead. Almost a dead stop at midfield. A pass attempt coming through, but Wilds able to run the length of almost the entire backboard. That ball's still in danger. Latumos having to go off his own rear. That's a ball just floating in front of that. It is pandemonium in front of this Grand Canyon goal, but still the defense holds strong. UBC throwing everything in the kitchen sink, but cannot break through this line. A 4-2 scoreline looking like it's going to be a 4-3 scoreline as Ski goes off the crossbar.
And I was gonna say I gotta give it to this GCU defense as they panicked there a little bit, but we're able to put it out. But this is such fantastic shot placement here from Ski to get the bar down from the middle of the crossbar. 5 seconds left here, Foof. This could be interesting here as we're going to see this kickoff. The final 4 seconds starting to tick down. UBC have got to make something work, but no, Nando is going to get a fabulous clear, put it on the ground, and that is going to be a Game 1 victory here for Grand Canyon University.
That is a big time play at the end of the game when it is in question. Because Odd, you know, and I know, but folks at home might not know, Rocket League, it does not end until that ball touches the ground. It can say 0 on that clock all at once. So when it is a 1-goal game, it is just open season to try and find something spectacular. And you know the level of play in NECC and in these divisions, they're going to find that angle. But it falls at a 3-4 game. What a kickoff to this first 9 o'clock game.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start to it. It was very, very back and forth throughout the entirety of the game. GCU kind of getting away with some 2-goal leads here and there. But UBC was right there every single time to answer back. And I'd like to see them be a little bit quicker with their challenges here in Game 2. It's not so much that GCU was that much faster. It just looked like UBC just wasn't quite able to put together what they wanted to, as Wilds trying to get an air dribble here, but was immediately turned away off the crossbar.
Oh, but Latumas had a near post touch, but could not find the angle. That was drawn up to perfection. The coach probably tearing his hair out because that was what you want. You had all the shake, you had all the pizzazz, but you just put cake in the oven, and that's no goal. But that's going to be saved away. UBC Navy trying to live up to this defensive stand they have put together in the first 45 seconds.
I really like what I'm seeing out of UBC here early. They're really getting aggressive with pushing that second man forward and trying to cherry pick towards the far end of the pitch. And it's almost worked out for them a couple times. I saw them starting to do a little bit in Game 1, and there was a chance there about a second or so ago for them to potentially get a pass. But Nando is going to be right there on the midfield line, turn right back again. Here comes Jared now towards the crossbar, but Latumo's going to put it off his own backfield. I'm really liking the aggression I'm seeing out of UBC here early.
Well, UBC understood how to adjust in the middle of Game 1, got it back tight, had a chance to maybe tie with less than 10 left, but could not find an answer. So now we sit at an equal game once again. 1-0 in the series, but 0-0 on this scorecard in game number 2. Dead and company want to get something going offensive pass. Attempt stolen there by Latumos. Latumos starting to make more and more presence as that Octane is just flying around a bump, opening up the door, but no one is there to kick it down. Ski in that werewolf once again off the backboard looking for a pass, but is stuffed all the way back to his end.
And this actually kind of works out a little bit for UBC because they get a chance to kind of reset that offensive push a bit, but that's going to be a huge demo from the offense here from GCU trying to open up that goal line, but UBC putting it right back towards the backboard. Wild's going to opt to put it off his own backboard again. That could have been dangerous, but I believe he knew that he had some space between him and the offensive player coming up behind him.
That's the important thing to think about, Odd, is a demo is huge in one fact that it can get a player forward, but Jared sees the small window and kicks it down for a 1-goal lead.
Fantastic solo play here from Jared, keeping it to himself in the corner and just sneaking it underneath the defender's car inside the near post, giving UBC their first lead of the series. And with half this game gone so far, UBC looking much stronger in Game 2 than they did in Game 1.
Well, they've answered the call and have carried it on, but now Latumo is carrying this almost the length of that entire UBC half. Unable to find the back of the net. Nando can't get through either, but gets a demo. And so now we're seeing the physicality starting to mount for this team in blue, but they need to find a goal because that ball's back in front of the net once again. Latumo's looking for that corner shot, trying to find a double here and gets it, but can't find the angle. The tire touch just a bit too soft.
I'm loving what I'm seeing out of these players. They're going for these long passes. They're going for these long doubles because they know that's what they have to do to break through the defense, and that's on both sides. The goal line defense from both of these teams has been phenomenal so far in these first 2 games, so they really have to try and pull some tricks out of their hat to make something work and find the small holes, and GCU has yet to find one here in Game 1. Latumo's trying to get one off the redirect and was not able to power it past Ski.
The biggest thing I've seen right now is just a lack of ball control when you get to the offensive end. You find a lot of touches into the corner or off the backboard, but no real second and third chance opportunities. It's one and done, and either it's saved, goes in, or is sent back from where it came. And so I'm having to wonder if UBC or Grand Canyon, GCU, can find some control, get a second, third, maybe fourth chance opportunity, because the defensive rotations are great for 1 or 2 routes, but once they get out of boost, out of position, that's when the nets start to open up.
And I keep wanting to say, man, I really want to see GCU put some passing plays together, but UBC isn't giving them any room to be able to. They are choking these passing lanes before they even have a chance to develop. And then even when they do get a pass to go, there is a UBC player right there to make the challenge immediately. So the speed here from UBC has been head and shoulders better than it was in Game 2. They've really taken control of the momentum and the pace of play here in Game 2 and are just not giving GCU any room to do anything as Wilds tries to save it, ends up putting it right back.
Double.
Dead tried to come in there. That's going to be a double commit from the UBC offense. This is a chance here for GCU to try and put some points on the board.
Another one stuffed away as Ski up to the challenge. Another double commit here. He's got Jared in front of him. It might be either a breakdown in communications or a little bit of just smelling too much blood in the water. UBC almost tripping over themselves to try and find another opportunity. Latumos, the one-man running forward, finds the shot through the defender. A perfect play to finish with a better shot.
And this is exactly what GCU needed. They need one of these deep balls to go and finally tie this game up here. 19 seconds left on the clock. They took as much time as they possibly could, but Latumos finally getting some points on here. That's going to be a demo as Nando's trying to collect this up in his own corner. Gets a nice little soft touch, trying to pass it to Latumos mid, but it's going to get cut off immediately. Wilds now trying to make a 50 happen here with Jared. It's going to be dead towards the sidewall. Latumos back into the left side corner here. 1 second left. That's going to be a nice pass up, and Wilds is going to keep it alive here. 0-second goal, but it's going to find ground. We're going to our first overtime of the series.
This game started on a near post run, and Wilds was trying to finish. Naturally, it falls house. So now we're at the point where the clock's starting to tick upwards. Golden goal territory. One goal will win it, and one goal will put it away. But that one is not. That one is it's turned away. Ball bouncing off the backboard. Another shot coming through, and Latumos had a big shot earlier, but a bigger save there. That's an open bump, but he pushes him away. Latumos has the save, has the clear, and the bump to keep it alive.
And Wilds kind of had a chance there, but ended up missing his touch, as this is going to be put again towards the GCU side of the field. UBC desperately wants to get this win here in Game 2, because with a best-of-5 series, they do not want to go on to match point already by losing this and giving GCU the 2-0 series lead. Here's going to be a pass, dead, back down mid towards Ski. I think he was looking for his other teammate there, but ended up putting it just behind, and so Ski had to try and clean it up.
That was A to B, and I guess is that offense having to restart as Dead has control but doesn't have a lot to work with. A big 50 slows it down for now, and I love the soft touch from Ski. He doesn't need to force, he just needs to control it, allow his teammates to get back. A big 50 from both sides. That ball still that's behind the defender, but also behind the post. Ball bouncing off the backboard. Grand Canyon looking for that quick play. They had a little bit of almost a Hail Mary that got them back to tying it, and so you're having to wonder if they can stretch out the field once again.
The one thing I need to point out here is that this midfield play from UBC specifically has been phenomenal the last 60 seconds or so. They are barely allowing this ball Now GCU finally with a little bit of time on UBC's side of the pitch. Nando trying to pass it center. Wilds there, not quite able to follow it up. Latumos getting bumped around by Jared, trying to pass it out to Nando, but Jared's going to send it out to Ski, and that's going to send it right back over to the GCU side. Jared up early, Wilds there to meet him. That's going to be a demo. This might be a chance here for GCU, but no, Dead collects it, drops it down. Oldest
it's still there?
Foof, it's floating in front.
It's still there? What?
He's going to finish it off. What a finish there for UBC Navy.
Dead is a wizard. He goes from side to side, from post to post, and then makes sure he signs off it. And that's how UBC Navy will notch this series up. One game apiece, and we have overtime already. And then I think my camera died for a second. Odd.
Just a little bit, but what I will say there is that is exactly what UBC needed. However, I think that ball might have been going in whether Dead was there or not, because that was just a fantastic shot there from Ski. But that offensive pressure from UBC there in the last 5 seconds was some of the best offense I have seen from them across both games and the overtime. But again, I think that really came down to that midfield presence from them. They just did not let GCU have any room to breathe. They were not allowing any clears, not allowing any passes. passes, and they have to keep that same pressure and that same momentum going into game 3.
You have to think about it. In a good house, any good castle starts with a foundation. That foundation, you think it would be the midfield control, but it's not. It's boost management. It's taking the boost pads. It's understanding where your teammates are, and then being able to control that midfield play of having that attacking defense. Technically, you're on the defense, but in matching that push, finding touches, and then restarting offense to just keep that pressure on. That just kind of snowballed into a point where UBC, they'd been holding on, just kind of waiting back, and then had that opportunity to now just pour it on GCU.
And it's kind of like what I was saying towards the end of that game, too. UBC needed that victory because now, like you said, we are tied at 1 game apiece. Neither team has a series advantage just yet, and now this game 3 becomes so much more significant because both teams have a chance to put themselves on match point here. Latumos going to take this one off the sidewall, passing it mid towards Nando.
Oh my goodness!
What a play from GCU!
I mean, we're already just throwing lobs off the ceiling. Latumo setting it up, has Nando the far corner, and he just, I mean, I wish you could just sign the camera in Rocket League because that was just a love letter to the back of the net.
I mean, you don't get a better passing play than that. It was fantastic communication from the players, fantastic shot placement from Nando, fantastic pass from Latumo. I don't know how many more times I can say the word fantastic, as Ski almost gets a fantastic shot of his own.
You have to think, are they going to try and one-up themselves? That's a beautiful pass to Wilds! Poetry in motion, and the sleeping giant known as GCU has been awoken.
And the passing plays are coming out in force here. That was 146 kilometers per hour was that shot from Nando. That was a dime pass from his teammate as well.
That might be worth $1.
Yeah, that might have been a whole like you said, a whole $1 instead of a dime. But the passing plays from GCU, this is what they were trying to do all series, and UBC just has not been able to cut them off like they were in game 2.
You think we might have checked the Utopia Coliseum grass? You think they changed the turf? Something maybe a little fishy going.
Something. a little too bouncy. It's AstroTurf now. They're using sneakers instead of cleats.
Well, all that matters is Grand Canyon University has found their mark 2 times in the first minute, trying to find a third as UBC Navy had an offensive push, but for a moment as it's now back in their defensive third. Just a little bit of a hope and prayer for a clear, but this relentless assault being led by this team in blue, relentless, unending, and more shots coming towards the back of the net.
UBC just has to try and wrestle this midfield control here that they had in game 2. They just really haven't had a chance because GCU's offense has been pushing so hard. They look like they have a chance to put something together here, but now we get to see the defense of GCU coming out again as Latumos, again, trying to receive a midfield pass off the wall.
I love spreading out the field, but you need to be careful. Jared was almost able to intercept it and push it back the other way. He had just enough touch to get it into the corner. But when you're spreading the field out for these long arcing passes, yes, you can have the quick offense. Yes, you can have the big play goals that are so fun to watch and so pretty to look at in replays. But if you miss even by just the smallest margin, you're now that much further out on play.
And this is kind of what I was talking about when it comes to the intelligence of these players. Most of these big plays have just been positioning and passing plays. We haven't seen anything crazy come out in terms of mechanics just yet. It's really just coming down to the basics in rotation and communication. And right now, with both teams having been pretty nail-bitingly close, what did Dead just do?
His best, that's what he did. He got handed to him in a 1v1. He got a little juke, just stood there and dared the defender. And unfortunately, the defender blinks first and Dead finds the back of the net for UBC.
And that is a mechanic that you don't just learn in free play, is that nice little juke play that Dead was able to put on there, unfortunately, while being on the receiving end. Dead trying to get a flip reset to go there, but was not quite able to get the second touch to connect.
He got it to go, but unfortunately it was the wrong order. It went for the back of the net, but instead got the post instead. Dead now to 1v1 again, flicking it high off the backboard. Jared's there to follow. Soft touch with the tires, and he's able to go. You know what they're saying? They went to Jared.
I don't even want to. We're moving past that. We're pretending that happened because that definitely didn't happen. But what a play there from UBC to be able to tie this game right back up at 2 apiece. And just what I was talking about, the speed and aggression coming out of GCU, UBC comes right back in and goes, "Hey guys, we're still here. We still have this." The communication for both of these teams has got to be phenomenal.
Goodness!
What a play from Dead.
You talk about what a play from Dead. It was Ski to set it all up, just yamming that ball back to the midfield. Dead crashing, putting it in that small corner of the net, and it has been a 3-goal swing. You blink and you miss it. UBC on top.
And that is where communication is so key, because there has to be comms between Dead and Ski at that point, where Ski's like, hey, I might be getting a wicked 50 off of this. You need to be there. And Dead was right there, ready for it. And that's what I love seeing about both these teams. You can tell by how they're playing, how these passing plays are being put together, how these drives are kind of coming together, that the communication between all 6 players on the pitch right now is completely in sync. And that is what you love to see when you see Rocket League being played this close.
I just have a 5-letter word here to talk about all of what you just said. It's trust. It's relying on a teammate, and not only knowing that they're going to win the 50, but knowing they're going to put you in a position to try and get a goal. You see Jared waiting in the wing, just ready to find something off that backboard, just kind of stalking like a predator at midfield, wanting to find any weakness in this defense. A pass attempt, looking for that man again, but unfortunately couldn't find the backboard.
But I love seeing there as Jared gets a flip reset. And that's actually going to be a double commit there between Jared and Dead. I think Dead wasn't sure Jared was actually going to get that reset. There was a lot of patience from Jared off that pass from Ski, where it looked centered right up, but Jared could see both defenders right in front of him and said, nah, I'm going to wait for it, as Jared does line it up and finally is able to bury one in the back for the 2-goal lead.
I mean, Latumas is in such a difficult situation here. If he doesn't touch it, that's a 3v-none. And so he just has to try and clear it into the corner. That's just where Jared moves, and he's waiting, ready to strike. And now it's 4-2, 4 straight goals for this team in gold.
The only thing I can think of looking at that touch from Latumos is that he thought he was going to get a little more oomph on his touch and actually get it to the corner, but didn't hit it as hard as he thought, and Jared was able to be right there to pick it off as Ski. It's a very nice clear back onto the GCU side where Wilds is waiting. Latumos up, looking for the angle. Oh my goodness! Whoa, the offensive pressure from GCU here in the last 30 seconds.
I mean, my jaw just hit the floor. I am just in shock of that defensive stand. That was a perfect pass from Latumas that opens the door, and it's going to be a dunk coming through from Jared. The finger wag and everything saying no, 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 as Latumos just a bit too overzealous, flying too close to the sun.
Okay, now you can say they went to Jared, because Jared has now went and got himself a hat trick, as with 19 seconds left to play, that might be the nail in the coffin here for UBC as they look to take a 2-1 series lead.
Well, don't put it past this team that can strike within 4 seconds, but now as the clock continuing to move down, that is a touch from Dead. I mean, Dead's just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this point, having fun, freestyling in front of the net. Latumos wanting to find one for the road. They can't get the touch. And so it was a breakneck pace coming out from GCU that kick-started this entire game. It was 2-0. I mean, I don't know about you, Odd, but I was like, oh man, this team has now turned the corner and they're going to just make this all about them. And then immediately, you just hear that Jaws music and see Jared soaring in the skies like a majestic eagle to just slam that back and put UBC on top, not only in the game, but in the series.
So to quote a movie that I once saw in my childhood, they turned a corner, but it was the wrong turn.
It was
as they started off very, very hot, and then UBC said, "Wait, hang on a minute. I think we won the last game, and we're still here. So we're just gonna kind of come in and be like, yeah. Let's just keep this going." But it looked like you were saying, like GCU was in complete control for about the first half of that game, and then in about 60 seconds, just completely flipped the other way, and UBC started getting that midfield control again. I'm going to say this until I drop dead in the booth. Midfield control is one of the most important aspects of Rocket League, and UBC is doing it phenomenally. They're cutting every passing lane. They're keeping every clear from going deep, and when that is happening, what's GCU supposed to do?
Their best. That's all they can do, Odd. But the big thing is when you look at what UBC fought with in that first minute and a half, GCU didn't go around it. They went through it. It was the quick passes and transitional plays that went over that defense. And now you have to wonder if they can do it again. You have to find the holes, and those holes are in the aggressive 50s because they are there. But UBC has done such a good job of timing the challenges just to keep the ball at arm's reach and make GCU reach further and further after those first two shots.
Well, if GCU wants to end week 1 at not 0-1, they have got to reach about as far as they're able to, as Dead almost gets that Bardowski. GCU have got to win this game 4 if they want to stay alive in this series and push it to a game 5, as that's going to be a defensive double commit there, but it does end up getting the ball cleared back to the UBC side of the pitch.
It's just clear after clear, a bit of a tennis match right now, just volleying, trying to find some control, but not wanting to stick their cleats too far into the ground. That's another shot coming on, near post play. Jared looking to sign off on another. That's a dunk coming from Ski, and he's by himself. Caught the defense asleep, and it's a quick goal.
And you can tell here that GCU was not ready for Ski to actually get this dunk. That comes down again to that trust. They trusted their teammate to win that 50, and unfortunately that time didn't play out too well for them.
I just feel like it wasn't even like trust. It was just like, oh yeah, we're past them, right? And you just see him standing in the background with that car ready to 50. Yeah, menacingly. I wanted to say a knife, but he's not a knife. He's got that werewolf just ready to pancake the ball in the correct direction. And just 50 after 50, but that's a whiff. But the demo, it is a mistake that's turned away, just erased like a dry erase marker on a whiteboard, as that demo keeps the pressure on for UBC.
That is something that I've noticed throughout the entire course of this series, is that there's been small mistakes that UBC has made, small whiffs here and there, small mistouches, but GCU really haven't had a chance to take advantage of them, as so many demos coming in on the goal line. GCU having a chance with some offense here. Nando getting a bump. This is going to still be in the UBC corner. What a stall there from Jared to get a very nice 50 to go his way, but unfortunately does get turned right back around by GCU. Latumos waiting on the back wall, passing it down to Nando. Not quite able to put that one on target, but plays it to himself in the corner. Jared trying to get out. That's going to be a huge offensive demo here. It's 3v2, but Jared able to take it over both offensive players for GCU. UBC fighting for everything they have to get this ball cleared away.
UBC just looks like a swarm of hornets, especially in these orange cars, just kind of buzzing around their net, and just have kind of built almost this impermeable web of just cars and crosses to keep it away from that goal line. Another shot coming on, that's off the backboard again, no, off the nose of Ski, should I say, as this werewolf continuing to make its name known. A dunk from Latumos. Nando has a near post play, but that ball too far off of that sidewall to follow up.
Jared collecting this one off the midfield, right down to Wild in the corner. Ski getting a very nice 50 into the corner, trying to pass.
Oh, what a pass! What a pass!
What a play there from UBC. Ski with the dime, Dead with the finish, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead for UBC.
I hate to say what I said, but you're right, Ski. This is indeed Rocket League. That was a dime drop from the ceiling, terminal velocity to the back of the net, and UBC up by 2.
And this is UBC just continuing that offensive pressure that they had throughout Game 2 and Game 3 and bringing it right along now into Game 4. GCU playing off their back axles, and that was a chance from Latumos, but unfortunately the fourth man coming in strong there for UBC Navy.
I mean, just the posts will always and forever reign supreme. You have to go to their wishes. If you try and fight it, she will bite your hand. Now Nando looking for, that's a team bump, is, you know what, we'll call it calculated, just morale boost as he pushed Jared into that clear. Latumos wanting more, but not finding much. Nando cutting here, but you need to wonder, what can he do with it? Off the backboard there, but Dead quickly to shut that one down.
It looks like GCU... Whoa! I mean, hi Wilds, welcome to the game.
Wild sees it's the lackluster defense. You see no one near post, just a little bit of a soft rotation. And Wild putting the pressure on, much like we saw coming from Ski. Defense not awake, that's an easy goal, and you have to find those, especially when you're down in the series. Is Ski trying to erase that one? Stalled off of the kickoff play. GCU down only 1, and a ton of time to find another.
And that GCU goal can almost be chalked up to a little bit of complacency from UBC there. I mean, they're coming off of 2 games in a row with victories. They're up 2-0, and so they kind of get a little bit soft in their rotations because they think, oh, you know, we kind of got this. And then GCU just comes hammering in like, hey, nah, we're still here. We're not going quietly into this good night just yet, as Wilds tries to speed back here. Does get assisted by Latumos and gets one heck of a 50 back towards the midfield line. Still playing it himself. Off the backboard, looking for the pass mid. Wilds is going to be there. That is all Latumos.
Latumos setting it up and just kind of drawing it in the dirt, saying, I'm going to force it midfield, find it up in the air, and Wild's cutting from the third position. You're not supposed to do that, folks, but he says, screw rotations, screw it all. I want a tie ball game, and deuces Wild here with 16 below a minute left to play.
Wild saw the opportunity, and he took it before it had a chance to go away. Latumos tried to drop that down to Nando, but ended up getting a little bit too much on his air dribble. Ski now getting a nice flick over the top of one, but Wilds is right there.
It's down there.
Away. Oh, what a 50 in front of the goal line there by the defense from GCU. UBC playing a little bit too far forward for my liking there, kind of getting all three players bunched up on the midfield line, and Wilds is able to get a clear away here.
That's a big touch. That's going to be floating towards the net. Wilds collects it. You want to find more control. Good demo, opening up the door. Latumas in a 1v1 dead. He's been special on this right-hand side. It's a 1v1, but once again, that ball pushed away. And for the second time in this series, we have OT. But this holds a little bit more than just one game in the series. If UBC Navy able to close this one out, that is the series their way by 3-1. But you're looking at Grand Canyon University trying to find their second win and force a pivotal Game 5 in Week 1.
Second overtime of the series. Could we see another Game 5 coming after this one, as well as Wilds is able to make that save off the backboard? Dead trying to get the offensive pressure going here.
Oh, not again. Not again. No.
Second one, and oh, Wilds just barely able to sneak in there. Dead almost did it to him.
What a touch!
Nando! Oh my goodness, Nando in overtime.
You got to talk about the heart of a champion. The defense bends 2 times, but not the third. Nando able to send it through and force this to a pivotal Game 5. My hands are being pulled down from my face because it's not good camera etiquette to go into the screen on with your hands all over your face, but I am in shock. It looked like a picture-perfect ending to be going to a 3-1 series, but now we are sitting 2 games apiece. It is the great equalizer. It is the one that matters the most. It's Game 5 in Week 1 to see who starts with a 1-0 record.
I mean, have you really won the series if you haven't won it on Champions Field? Like, actually?
Yes,
it's the only place to
absolutely.
actually win a series. This is the only thing I could expect from this series as well. It has been so back and forth. Despite some of the nearly or seemingly insurmountable leads that some of these teams have had, and then they just come right back, and all of a sudden it swings momentum in another direction. Neither team has been able to hold the entirety of momentum for a full game yet. Like, it's been so close. It's one team has started out in the lead, and then another team comes back and ends up winning it. I don't know that I've seen one of these teams actually hold a lead from kickoff to 0 seconds.
Well, it's just because the rate of pace. Both teams know how to play at a breakneck speed, but both teams also know how to slow it down. And so it's trying to find, it feels like they're just playing rock, paper, scissors and trying to find each other at different times. You had UBC hop out to a 2-goal lead in that last game, and it looked like they were going to just walk away with it. But, immediately Jared P. catching it. That's going to be all 3 players involved. A bump to start it off, and goal number 1 in Game 5 goes their way.
UBC starting off. What a bump from Ski. Just sending Nando to the shadow realm, saying, no, you're not touching this ball. This is going into the back of your net, and there is nothing you can do about it. Watch this as UBC tries to get another offensive pressure going here. Latumos getting a nice flip reset, gets another touch there over the top of Jared, but Jared able to get the bump on him, so no follow-up there for Latumos. But now
what a
Wild
shot!
Trying to put a shot on there, but that is going to be solid defense here from UBC Navy as GCU flying all over the pitch in front of their net, but UBC's defense holding steady so far.
You want to talk about a lot of things, but I loved how we got to ride along with Ski, who was technically a third man in that defensive rotation, and he got a bump on the shooter. That opened the door for this clear and got UBC Navy off of that defensive front, something we haven't been able to see a lot, at least from the camera side of what both defenses have been able to do so well, is just open up the clearing lanes. But riding along there, this is Latumas in a 1v1, but instead of the goal, he finds the corner. Another shot coming on, and another save is UBC Navy looking like a gymnast because they are bending but not breaking on this defensive side.
I think that was Jared just coming flying in out of nowhere and just stealing that ball out from the back of the net as Latumos now plays this one back towards his own corner. GCU have got to start putting something together here. I haven't seen a super solid passing play come out of them since game 3, I think, was the last time we saw like a super effective play from them.
No.
So I'd really like to see that starting to come up. But Nando able to save it off the goal line as there was a demo, but none of the UBC players ended up being there to put the shot on.
So I couldn't see from this angle, but I think it was a team bump into the demo that pushed them both in front of the ball, so they just had to hope and pray it would roll enough. But we are still at a 1-goal lead in game number 5. A double commit here as Wilds was trying to find something under where Latumos was going high. UBC Navy just wanting to control this clock. Still so much time left to be played, 180 seconds. But any one play can make this game swing in so many different directions. You've been talking about the momentum and risk of sounding cliche. Yes, it's a pendulum. Yes, they're coming in waves. Yes, it's a battle of tug of war. But it is all-out war of attrition. Who bends first, who runs out of boost, and who runs out of positioning.
And I think boost is something that we really haven't talked about much here. Like, both of these teams have tried very, very hard to wiggle boost control away from the other squad, but all 6 players have done a phenomenal job of maintaining boost throughout the entirety of a play. I haven't really seen any issues yet so far that have resulted from low boost, as Ski just takes the layup pass and just buries that one back.
So we're going to have to talk to NEC executives and talk about the dead nerf next week, because him with the back wall apparently is just too strong. You know, he's just stack overflowing the defense and they can't bend.
Yeah, no dead on the backboard. Dead's not allowed to be anywhere near the backboard next week, otherwise there's going to be problems.
All right. We'll make sure we talk that over with the commish. But right now it's a 2-0 lead for UBC Navy, rocking in that gold. But Grand Canyon University, we have seen them score and score in flurries. You can only score 1 goal at a time, but they make magic happen as they score 2 and 3 goals in bunches.
2 minutes left on the clock here, though. Still plenty of time for GCU to put something together, as that is going to be a mid-pass from Nando, but Latumos not able to catch up to it before it's challenged. Jared waiting, trying to capitalize on what looked like a mistouch, but was able to be turned away there by the GCU defenders. Wilds waiting at mid. There's going to be a demo on the goal line here, potentially a chance for GCU.
Near post.
Latumos comes up, slaps it near post. Fantastic push there by Latumos, Wilds, and the rest of GCU.
Something both these teams have done well is they take advantage of power plays. That was a 2v1 technically. If you look at the goalie having to make that touch, the second defender not playing quote-unquote good Rocket League, but cheating up to get the goal, bites into this lead. Now Grand Canyon University with just under 100 seconds left, down only 1, maybe down only none, as Dead having to stop that one dead in its tracks.
And he was definitely looking for the dunk there, so Dead
Oh
getting
my goodness.
What a spawn coming out there. That was almost disastrous
Calculated
for GCU. But where are all these demos coming from, Foof?
I mean, it's just, I feel like I'm watching a different type of game. Psyonix isn't supposed to have first-person shooters, but that's going to be Ski shooting Skeet just out of the sky, putting it back down, and putting his team up by 2.
I'm trying to see what happens here. I think Nando just doesn't realize that he's last back and goes up early on that, and does not realize that he doesn't have anybody back behind him. Like, he kind of has to go up and make that challenge, but I also would like to see him make sure that he has somebody back behind for that exact situation as he tries to put another shot on here. GCU with 60 seconds left to try and keep themselves alive here in the series.
My question is was it a lack of knowing if someone was third, or just having that faith in oneself? And that's something I love to see in players. And sometimes when you have that faith in yourself and you want to make that play, you just might fall short. So it's those calculated risks. You need to be careful. But down 2 goals, losing by 2 and losing by 3, it's the same situation here for GCU. So they want to find something and find it quickly.
Well, they have 30 seconds left to find something as
that's a demo.
The clock is starting to tick away. That's going to be a demo there. Wilds playing it into the corner, trying to get it past another defender, but that is going to be Ski waiting for it. Latumos losing that 50 to Ski. Jared coming in to help out with the clear. 15 seconds left on the clock here. GCU have got to put some magic together here quick, or they are going to end week 1 at 0-1. Wilds looking for the carry, not able to get it past the defender. Dead losing his 50 to Latumos. Latumos in the corner trying to put it center. That is going to get turned away by Ski, and with the clock hitting zeros across the board, Foof, that is going to be UBC Navy taking the week 1 victory.
And I gotta say, it is so great to be back in NECC, where we'll put the Navy team in yellow. Jokingly, NECC, don't strike me down, folks, but hey, UBC Navy able to do what they need to do. GCU, I mean, at times they looked dominant. They were breakneck paces. They just unfortunately are unable to close it out, getting wins in game 1 and game 4, but game 5, 2, and 3 slipping away from them.
And it was an extremely hard-fought series from both teams, by the way. Like, I cannot emphasize how close that entire series was. At the end, it just came down to the fact that UBC was able to just keep those rotations quick, keep them crisp. Midfield. They did, like, there was nothing that GCU could do. Perhaps midfield. There was nothing that GCU could do to get offense going because they could barely get out of their own side of the field.
It was lack of real ball communication. I mean, ball control, and then that communication past that midfield, as they would hit the wall. And then there are 2 ways of going through that midfield defense. 3 if you want to have demos. One is going around it by using side-to-side gameplay. And then the one that GCU tried was going through it, looking for long plays. That spreads the defense out, and that looks flashy. It looks beautiful when you find the ones off the ceiling. You find the one off the side wall. You get cooking. You feel good. But if you miss on too many, the scores will go against you. And unfortunately, they could not close it out. But I want to see them keep swinging because they are going to be special to watch later in this season.
Well, it's only week 1, right? It's a long season. There's still plenty of time for GCU to put the pieces together. This is the kind of thing where, as you're the coach, you sit there and go, okay, we lost, but you almost want to call that a good loss because there wasn't much bad that happened there. It was a very close match between 2 very good teams. There are things to fix, but there was also a lot of good that came out of that series for GCU. So they definitely can hold their heads high, even though they're coming out of week 1 at 0-1. It's a very, very strong 0-1.
Very strong 0-1 indeed, but we have a 1-0 and an 0-1 here in week number 1. And I gotta say, game number 2 coming up in just about, say, 14 minutes. So you folks at home, take yourselves a little breather, but don't go anywhere. I'm Foof. This is Oddfellow. We're going to be taking a breather ourselves. We're going to be back to wrap up this NECC Rocket League Week 1 action in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NECC Rocket League Week 1 action. I'm still Foof, and this is still Odd Fellow joining me in the booth, and here we are with the final match of the evening. We have a Challengers Pacific Frontier head-to-head going on. We got a couple teams cooking it up. We've had back-to-back Game 5 Odd. You know what? I'm hoping for 3 straight.
It definitely would be very interesting to have 3 straight best of
In week
5s. In week 1, I mean, what better way to start off week 1? I mean, it's got to have good fortune for the rest of the series, or for the rest of the season, rather. But I think we should potentially talk about these rosters.
Well, I think we certainly should. Looking at Peru State College, Peru State bringing in Sako, John, Cracked, and Landon. Sophomore, senior, and a freshman. So 2 undecideds and a business major coming in here.
Good for him. I mean, you got to do something. I appreciate Sako being a undecided sophomore, definitely taking his time. But, you know, we're not here to judge about that. But we do see a good, what's the word I'm looking for? Field of depth in terms of experience here from freshman all the way up to senior.
And on the flip side of this coin, you have the University of Houston Downtown Gators bringing in their triage of a sophomore, senior, and a freshman themselves, JWoww, Lowell, Seth1, and I gotta say, the greatest name I've seen so far, Dragon Suplex.
That's got to be up there in terms of fantastic video game names ever. But a good spread in terms of educational choices here between these guys: finance, marketing, and computer science.
And can we talk about how jacked the UHD Gator is? Like,
oh my God.
I mean, my man is shredded, ripped. Ready,
He looks
I
like
gotta
he'd
say
fight
that.
the University of Florida Gator and win.
It would be a one trip away. But right now, UHD not trying to look further than the Bobcats of PSC, who they're going to be going up against here. The week 1 matchup, both teams very much a similar tune of what we just talked about early on. It is trying to get on that right foot first. It's looking for what's called an early season tilt, Oddfellow, which means getting off to a good start, getting those early wins, and getting the snowball rolling.
There is a flip side to that coin, though, where if you end up not getting those early wins, you can kind of take that first week and go, okay, well, that sucked, and potentially use it as motivation moving into the rest of the season.
It's a very optimistic way of looking at it, but it's week 1. It's what the optimism thrives on. Odd. Every team has equal opportunity, equal chances, and so it's just who can go out there and grasp it, grab it by the horns, and make this season. Yes, it's only week 1. Yes, it's only the first best of 5, Foof. Why are you making it such a big deal? Because there is only one chance for a first impression, Odd, and that's both of these teams' first impressions on this young season.
And this likely is both these teams' first impressions of each other, and that's always why Game 1 is so interesting to watch, because this could be the first time these teams are ever going up against each other, and so you get to kind of see this first game in the early parts of the game, how they kind of feel each other out, how they kind of decide to play against, okay, this is how this team is playing, this is how this team is playing, let's see what we can do to counter that, as right now, we're just seeing some good old early back and forth. Landon! There was a backflip, there was a miss. I'm talking about feeling each other out, and no one felt like touching the ball.
Well, Jack Rocker got that little slow roller, and it's just so awkward to follow up. And, you know, fakes, not mistakes. Landon with a little flash and sizzle got the defender moving. And for folks at home watching the scorebook up top, I promise it's not 2-3. The UHD Gators have not won 3 games in only 1 game. We're going to get that reset from the earlier one, but that is a quick reply coming from JWoww to knot it up.
And this is fantastic placement here from JWoww, as he just fires this one in, just makes it an awkward save there for Jack Rocker. And unfortunately, even though the Fennec is long, it is not long enough. I was thinking about the Dominus, I was talking about car length there. Just unfortunately not long enough for Jack Rocker to make that save. There you go.
Oh my goodness, Jack Rocker able to get up to that one. John the Crack looking for a pass midfield. That one gets past that midfield stripe. But kind of settles down in this defensive third for UHD. Off of the ceiling, rolling slowly down the ball right now. Kind of taking a lackadaisical pace around the pitch. Either team just kind of looking for some semblance of control. Landon off the ceiling here. That's going to fall back down. A double no. He pushes it a bit too hard. A follow-up shot coming through, but JWoww, quick litter. JWoww, excuse me, ready to shut that one down.
Joel trying to get one past the defender there, but not able to do so. Demo's coming out on the goal line. 2 defenders from Peru being sent flying, but still no goal here yet for UHD. As Seth gonna fire this one towards the left side wall. Dragon suplex putting it back towards mid, but John is going to beat it up. Landon trying to send that one out, and that's a bit of a miss, but oh my goodness, what a save there right in front of the goal line by John the Crack and Jake Rocker. I'm going to get these two guys' names mixed up all night, but the defense coming out for Peru, so solid so far.
A rose by any other name is just as sweet, and right now they're getting the same functionality from both of these long-named players. Just defensive effort after defensive effort. UHD is knocking on this door. They are pounding on that poor woodwork, but there's nothing coming from it. It's another save. Another shot and another goal being denied by this stingy Peru defense. Is that one, though? Seth one going past 2, forcing it in.
And Seth's definitely been hitting the gym with that octane as he just powers this by both defenders. Gets a nice 50 off the top of, I believe that was Jack, who unfortunately had to try and fight that one away and was unable to do so. Over half the game left to play here still, Foof, and UHD only with a 1-goal lead, but I have yet to see a team really come out as the favorites here in this game 1.
Well, I gotta say, Gator Swole must be a real thing, not only in the mascot program, but getting these Rocket League cars up to snuff as well. The dunk there, putting it back into midfield. UHD in the offensive front for now. The ball sitting in front of what seems to be Jack, popping it up high. A double commit on the defensive side, but UHD in control for now. And another double commit, a team bump. That's an open net, but it goes high. Landed a bit overzealous. Can't find the back of the net.
So I will say that double commit and that team bump that you saw were not actually those. Joe Wow just has a yellow car on the blue team.
Oh, that's going to get me way too much.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But that being said, it was really good offensive pressure there from Joe Wow to try and set his teammates up here as Dragon suplex. Not quite able to get that shot to go. Joe Wow not able to connect with that one either. And just a lot of back and forth being done over the halfway point of the pitch here. Seth trying to send that one into the net. Unfortunately, not able to do so, being turned away by the defense of PSC.
Ball bouncing now, slowing down. Jack Rocker looking for a near post play. That was just the recipe for success last season, just going near post, daring a defender to do something. Unable to get it to work here, but still, this is a young season, a young game, and a young series. Still in the first 1-2-1 scoreline right now with about 80 seconds left to play. John the Crack looking to find a crack in that armor, and does, putting it over the defense, tying it up.
And this is exactly what PSC needed to happen here to be able to tie this game up at 2 apiece. You do not want to go down in game 1 because game 1 is almost as important as game 3, in my opinion, because it really gives you that momentum going into the rest of the series. It's a game that can either be a throwaway of, oh, okay, it was just game 1, just kind of forget about it, or you can use that momentum and ride it through the entire time as PSC. Now, trying to make something happen here. 60 seconds left on the clock. No offense coming just yet as John trying to fire this one again. Joe Wow going up.
Shot.
Jack Rocker trying to put the shot on there, but turned away by some fantastic defense there by UHD.
Pass attempt here as it comes off the backboard. There was no clear from Landon, but teammate had his back. Another shot going off the backboard. That's a shot attempt coming through, and so the volley almost opening up. JWoww dropping down, trying to find some semblance of offense here. John the Cracked pass back to Jack the Rocker, so it's just an awkward touch here as that ball slows way down. Breakneck pace at times, and then slow rollers it. Oh, this is dangerous. That is all 3 players discombobulated in front of the net, but the Gators lying in wait, not trying to push their advantage.
So I do want to point out a mistake that I made earlier when I was talking about a yellow car on the blue team. I just can't read. I can't see how these colors are all working with each other.
I wanted to let it slide.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm going to call myself out. I am the big dumb as we are looking for our first overtime here. We had 2 in the last series, and we're getting one already here in game 1.
It's okay, Odd. I'd pat you on the head if I could, but physically I cannot reach through the screen. But still, another overtime in week 1. A beautiful match to start off this last matchup of the evening. UHD were poised with an early lead, but Peru has fought their way back. The Bobcats looking to find their first win of the young this season as both teams trading possessions. A shot coming off the back. It's going to drop down. Ceph1 needs to get there and does. A follow-up touch, but that is not threatening. So Ceph1 now given so much time and space with this ball.
Ceph1 playing this into the corner, gets it past one defender that was going to try to be a follow-up there from Dragon Suplex, but just ends up sending it back across the field to Joe Wow. Joe Wow trying to pass it center. Dragon Suplex not able to capitalize on that. Oh, that was such an unfortunate touch there.
I really love the idea coming from Joe. It didn't work once, so let me try it again. Almost went to this red basket and got a second shot attempt through it, but it was just a bit disconjointed from that teammate offensive pressure. The ball rolling back around. Peru just letting it drop. Wait, that's going to be an own goal. Joe Wow collecting it, and that's how game 1 goes.
And you hate to see an overtime end like this, let alone in game 1, as Landon just unfortunately not quite able to put that ball where he wanted to. Very clearly was trying to put that outside of the net, ended up putting it inside of the net.
It's just those that roll back down in front of the net, and you kind of tense up as a defense. That's where, at least in my experience, the teams that don't freak out on defense, the one that can take the deep breath, will find the most successful on the defensive side. It was just a ball that's rolling dangerously, one miserrant touch, and it finds the back of the net. But that's how game 1 falls. Overtime goes that way, and now we're going to be looking forward to game number 2, Odd.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing here for game 2 is that PSC has to put that overtime loss behind them. You know, like they can't allow that to kind of weigh on them as they go into game 2. Like, that was such a close game 1, and it just really came down to one unfortunate play there right at the end. So I think there's still a lot of momentum for PSC to get early here. If they can come out and score within the first 30 seconds or so, I think they'll be looking pretty good shape going into the rest of the series.
Okay, so it's 31 seconds, so they're not looking good?
Dude.
That...
Hush.
Love you, Odd. Game 2 has started, and it's already a volley coming out. Dragon Suplex putting another one on. Just a quick triage, maybe, of shots, and that one not coming to fruition. Yep, it will be a triage, a third sent towards this net. JWoww trying to get cooking here, back towards the middle of the net, and the meat and potatoes also denied. And they have built a wall to last in front of that blue net, and the Bobcats have been tested early in the first 30 seconds.
Well, after having that last shot unfortunately go in, it would not surprise me to see their defense being much, much tighter going into the start of game 2 here, as Ceph1 trying but failing to get a touch off the sidewall there. Joe Wow has an open net in front of him, but that is going to get turned away very quickly by John the Cracked.
Oh, John was running that baseline perfectly. That looked like another opportunity. UHD still forcing 50, still finding angles, and still in control. The first minute has almost been exclusively on this blue defensive third. A little bit of pinch clear there to find a brief respite, a little bit of rest from this offensive assault, but it's still on. The siege still mounting, and the UHD Gators have their weapons of war poised to strike.
Jack Rocker trying to be in position here and does get saved by his teammates. That was I think I saw all 6 players in front of the goalpost for that one, Foof. That one was insane to watch happen.
Team photo.
Crazy that no points resulted there, but some great defense from PSC and continuing to hold strong here as UHD has just been powering it into the post. PSC has not really had a chance to get it onto UHD's side of the pitch just yet, but their defense is holding strong regardless.
No matter how loud the wind howls, the mountain can't bend to it, and that is just more pressure just going unheard as it's still a 0-0 game. John the Cracked and company playing strong defense, trying to find their first offensive opportunity. That's going to be another one. The open net, quick transition. Jack the Rocker able to get goal number 1.
And this is just a great heads-up rotation here from Jack Rocker. He sees the little bit of a mistouch from Ceph1, putting it back off the ceiling, is able to get a really quick turn and take advantage advantage of the open net there and give his team the 1-0 lead here with just over half the game left to play, which PSC having the lead here is exactly what they needed to try and recover from that Game 1 loss.
It's just an early tilt here, trying to find more pressure. UHD has had almost all of it. That's another shot going far post, and they can't get there. And PSC just plays poised, calm, and controlled, and they found themselves up by 2.
Well, the defensive rotations there from UHD just got all out of whack. Like, all 3 players ended up on the complete left side of the net. No one was really able to get back in time. And it just looked like they were a little bit too spread out, yet also bunched together at the same time. It was really kind of weird to look at. So if UHD can get their defensive rotations kind of figured out again as we get into the back half of this game, I think they still have a chance here to cut this 2-0 lead down.
Opportunity arising here. Both squads now sitting in this offensive spot for UHD. A double commit. Seth in control here. Just has blue cars floating around that ball. Past midfield being put in front of the pitch, but still not much rising from it. Joe Wow, off the side where has control. Trying to find a second touch off the backboard, but not a lot cooking still. Peru State looking stronger and stronger as this clock ticks on. You think a defense, as they start to get chipped away, would look weaker, but I mean, it just seems to be you remove any excess and there's just more steel waiting in the wing.
And it just seems like every time UHD is now trying to get something to go, PSC's defense just continues to stand strong. It doesn't matter how long it takes, and they're able to take advantage of these offensive to defensive rotations that UHD just seems to be struggling with a little bit. Like, they're able to get really good offensive pressure going, but they're not able to turn back around and get on defense, as it's almost punished here. That is going to ring up the crossbar again. Boom.
How?
Somebody get that crossbar an MVP.
Well, right now, UHC's paying whatever they need to pay to that crossbar mechanic. That has kept it only at a 2-goal deficit, because that was for sure going to be Peru State's 3rd goal of this game, but it still stands at a 2-goal deficit. UHD has had pressure, but the thing is, the pressure has not amounted to too many good shots. They've had a couple, but no real follow-up and just chasing the ball into the corners. I want to see them find that second and third man, positioning themselves in shot-plaking opportunities. I just have to wonder, can they do it in 40 seconds?
We saw a lot of really good offensive positioning and fantastic passes from the last series. I'd really like to see, kind of to your point, more of that here in this series, as there was one potentially going and dragging able to bury that one. Doesn't matter where the pass comes from, apparently.
Well, Jack getting a little bit too overzealous, looking midfield. Just
that was Landon again. That bounced off Landon's car again.
No.
Yes.
You can't do this to me.
It did. Go back
He can't keep getting away with this. He can't keep getting away with this. Well, unfortunate things aside, it's only a 1-goal deficit in UHD. Given new life here in this game, still so much time for them to find more, but overzealous push means Landon looking to right or wrong, but goes off the post, finds a second touch, making it 3-1.
And that's how you recover there, Landon. Great job to turn this one around. Great solo play as well. Fantastic speed on that second touch to just get it over the top of Joe Wow. He's like half a pixel slower. That's 100% getting saved. But fantastic offensive pressure there from Landon to put this lead right back up to 2 goals for Peru State.
Now you have to wonder, 2 goals still need to be scored here for UHD, and that clock getting a bit too low. The ball pushed into the corner, giving kind of handshake here, and you have to wonder, maybe can one more find the back of the net? A demo, the ball falling down, and Peru State College, the Bobcats, getting their win as they're able to tie this series back up at 1 apiece.
And what better way to come back from a Game 1 loss than to come right back and dominate in Game 2. That was a much better performance there from Peru State, backpacked by their defensive performance. They did not have too many offensive opportunities, but by God, they took advantage of them when they had them.
I felt like I was watching a particular genre of games called a fighter, and they were just using the clock as their weapon of choice, waiting for the openings in just the absolute barrage of offensive opportunities you saw coming from the Gators. And at times, the Gators' jaws were just snapping within millimeters of finding this Bobcat, but it just stayed elusive. It just waited for the perfect time to strike, and that's how they got Game 2. So now you look at it. Both teams are going to adjust. If you look at UHD, I want that pressure to stay. I want them to find more shots. I just need it a little bit more cohesive. You look at Peru State. You can't give up that much pressure 2.5 minutes into the game before you find something, because lightning will not wait for you. It's going to strike, and it can strike multiple times.
So I do want to see, excuse me, that offensive pressure continuing to come in from the Gators, but they've got to be smart about it, because their weak point that I'm noticing right now is their offensive to defensive rotations. They're doing really, really good pushing on offense, but they're doing really, really bad going from that offense back into defense.
They're very good at sending it, but bad at recalling it. So, you know, you have to be careful not to go full send all the way.
You never go full send.
No, always go full send. You just have to score. You don't have to play defense in a replay, Odd. You know that.
Never go full send unless you're, smart about it. You can go full send if you're smart about it, but don't just do it just to do it.
Smart in Rocket League, I've never seen such a thing. But right now, one apiece. Odd, excuse me.
There's a difference between I was gonna make a point, but no, it gets saved out. I'm trying to make a point here, guys. Let me make a funny joke.
You can't make a point because they can't score a point, because the post is keeping them at arm's length, and both teams opportunities aplenty in the first 30 seconds, but still 0-0 in game number 3.
I am okay with going monkey mode, but there's a difference between monkey mode with a lowercase e and monkey mode with a capital E. And UHD was all capital E last game. They need to be more lowercase e this game.
It's a very simple concept, Odd. You have to realize you want banana, and the other team has the banana as that one almost sneaks through. Jack Rocker, not a lot of boost to follow it up. I thought he had a little bit more in the tank, but then I was like, oh, he's got nothing. So it was just a fake push. Joe Wow looking for a flip reset here. I think they got it, but not able to do too much with it. Just a control time bump opening up the door. But who's it opening up the door for? He's pushing it all the way back to his own net.
So I liked that flip reset that Joe Wow did. If you couldn't catch it, his teammate kind of came in from underneath, and I don't think it was just a random double commit. I think they were trying to get a pinch in front of the net with it and just weren't quite able to connect with each other. Like, I can see the wheels turning in UHD's heads as they're trying to put these plays together, but it's almost like they're overthinking it. Like, they're trying to do too much to break past this Peru defense, where they just need to be, strong in their morals, strong in the basics, and just play the game. You don't have to overthink it. Yeah, you can get a flip reset. Yeah, you can get a good pass, but you don't need to have the flip reset right in front of the net into a pinch to get through this defensive line.
Yeah, but it sure would look cool if you could. But you
Correct.
talk about finding the necessities. That was a necessity on the defensive side. And once again, the Bobcats having to dig their heels in. I feel like this PSC side looks like entrenched World War I warfare, where they have to fight for every inch and don't want to retreat and just wait for an opportunity. Where UHD, they got the spa, they're relaxing. They just need to find some way on that offensive side to break through these lines.
Yeah, and then that chance when they finally get an opportunity to fast break goal is like the whistle blowing to go through no man's land, and they just are taking it's like they're taking an hour to take an inch, but man, those inches are counting here as UHD tries to get some offense going here. Joe Wow gets it past one, going for the air dribble, looking to drop it between the defenders, does get it turned away. That's going to be another crossbar save there for PSC. Oh my goodness, UHD is hitting every part of the net except the goal.
What?
And Landon finally gets... How does Landon get credited with this?
You talk about the pinch plays. Landon uses his head and uses his opponent to put it through, put the calculator aside. That's perfect.
And that's what I'm talking about. Peru just taking advantage of these fast break goals when they come. They hold on defense, hold on defense, hold on defense. Okay, now it's time to go. And every time they go, it's a goal. Like, their offensive efficiency has been phenomenal combined with their holding on defense. But UHD's shot accuracy is a lot of the issue they're having here. They're getting the good offensive pressure, but they're hitting every part of the post except the net.
It's starts and ends with positioning of the players themselves. They're a bit too close to the ball, a bit too far away from the ball, finding passes that aren't making the connections. And my thinking is to kind of slow up the field a little bit, get a little bit more ball control, and move the defense around. Make the net, you can't make the net bigger. My God, I wish you could, but make the net bigger by lacking of the defense in front of it. And so now it's a beautiful play. Got the defense moving. That was a one-on-one. What you want, but UHD still unable to find the net, and that one goes off the crossbar as well. 2nd time in a row. And UHD have to be kicking themselves as the Gators turned away again.
That is heartbreaking for the University of Houston downtown, as you never want to see a crossbar, a shot ring off the crossbar, let alone twice right in a row. And this is where the mental fortitude of these players really comes into play. Is UHD going to start panicking on offense just to try and force points and taking some really inopportune opportunities here, as again another shot ringing off the woodwork. Joe Wow trying to get it past the defender, and that hits off the crossbar again and helped out by Jack.
I would say that first one, I'm very much happy with it going off the woodwork. Taking a shot there would just force a quick transition play, but unable to find that soft touch just a bit too much on the beans. Now a near post play, and John the Cracked sees the hole in the defense, putting it in the bottom left corner and possibly putting a nail in game number 2.
And this is such a great setup shot here from himself. He ends up getting it just fast enough that the defender can't quite tell, is this going to come straight out? Is it going to roll down? Is it going to roll up? How fast is it going to go? And just really throws off their defense off the back wall, so he's able to just slot it into the bottom right corner as the final seconds starting to tick down here, Foof, and it's looking like Peru State College is going to take the 2-1 series advantage.
2-1 series advantage, but you have to remember it is now 2 in a row for Peru State, as they have put games back-to-back. Games 2 and 3 are theirs, trying to make it 3 in a row to finish up this series, whereas UHD, again, pressure galore, shots aplenty, goals not so much. They are a premium, especially in a defensive series like this. And oh my goodness, it just starts and ends with this Peru State College defense. I mean, I don't understand how the Bobcats still haven't given up 17 goals. I mean, you're not supposed to play defense that long, Odd. How?
Well, it helps because they seem to have this fourth defender who's always in the exact same spot, made of 3 different bars, just kind of always sitting there, and it really helps when you have 4 people playing defense. Yeah, apparently. No, but for UHD, like, if they want to stay alive in this series, they have got to get that accuracy under control. And then I'm gonna keep saying it, the offensive to defensive rotations, they're just struggling with it. They're getting so overcommitted onto offense that they're not even giving themselves a chance to be able to get back onto defense. They have to be a lot more smooth and methodical. It's like, even though they're the ones making the offensive pressure, Peru State College are the ones controlling the entire pace of play. And they're keeping it at this weird spot where it feels like it's fast, but it's really not. And UHD has got to start putting the pedal to the metal and get through some of these defensive holes that we're seeing in PSG's defense. They just has to take advantage of it.
I mean, that's a way to go ahead and get off on the defensive fake kickoff early. I will say that by winning 2 games in a row, it has seemed like PSC has been in control. I think they have held on loosely to control, if that. They just know how to roll with these punches. And I would like to see them get more ball control and maybe keep the ball more out at midfield if they want to find this 50-50 game style, because if you see a team rack up these shots, you give them so much free pressure. 9 times out of 10, it's going to lead to goals and almost insurmountable leads. There's another one slips away. UHD putting more pressure on, but cannot find the touch. John the Cracked is beat there as Joe Wow able to get that one.
And this is that increase in speed that I was talking about. This is how UHD can set the pace of play. John the Cracked just unfortunately not quite able to get there as Joe Wow flying down in off the ceiling, buries one into the back of the net to give UHD the 1-0 lead. I want to see that same pace coming out here as Joe Wow almost manages to get a repeat there right off the kickoff.
Repeat maybe off the kickoff, but they can't just go. The first minute now going by, and UHD have broken through and gotten that first goal, and that's sometimes the most important one in a run of games where you haven't been able to find the back of the net. Now another shot attempt coming through. Landon got up into the air. Jack the Rocker 50 hard there by Dragon Suplex, but he still won out on it. A 1v1, that's an early attempt. That's going to be a near post play saved by the diving defender, and UHD having to make some defense on their own.
UHD trying to get some offense going here in the left corner of Peru State College. Does finally get cleared out there by John the Cracked. Dragon Suplex towards the left side wall here. Joe Wow going into the corner, trying to send it center. No Gators there to take advantage of the center from Joe Wow. But I was talking about offensive and defensive rotation, guys. I didn't mean start playing defense while you were pushing offense.
But odd, you said.
Wait.
That's another. Well, wait a minute. You got to be careful waiting there. As Peru's trying to open up some offense of their own, as they have found themselves in an unfamiliar spot in the past games. They are down a goal, odd, as they've usually been able to play and rest on their laurels and rest on the defense that is now beginning to break under this UHD might.
It's like I was saying, the holes have been there. The biggest issue for UHD has been that shot accuracy, and they're finally looking like they're starting to get that under control. But 3 minutes still left to play in this game, Foof. Plenty of time for Peru State College to still come back here and put some points on the board. But right now, UHD's accuracy really looks like they're turning things around.
Oh,
what a
man,
save.
UHD gets still a little bit of a break there as the post. It's worked against them so many times. That time working for them. Saf1 looking midfield. That's going to sneak behind the defense. And now PSC needs to make another valiant effort on the defensive side. That's the third man there, but he's too far up. Oh, my goodness. UHD all over the play, but just cheating a little bit too far forward. A little too aggressive means no goal comes through, and it's still only a 2-goal lead.
And the boost control here from Peru State College has been phenomenal. The only reason that ball gets saved on the goal line is because I believe that was John who ends up making that save. Had plenty of boost left to play with after making the first save initially. Dragon Suplex getting that over the top. Landon almost putting it right back into his teammate. Joe Wow now. Down. Collected by John the Crack, getting pushed immediately by Sef1, taking it onto the wall. Met by Dragon Suplex, able to get the dunk over the top. Joe Wow getting it past the offense here from PSC. Able to get that over a defender, but not able to put it on target as Jack Rocker now trying to get this one sent out. UHD doing a great job keeping this on Peru's side of the pitch. Joe Wow trying to collect this, trying to slow the offense down here from PSC, and UHD does get a phenomenal clear. Landon missing his touch. This has a chance here, but it does get saved away. The Peru State College defense still holding strong. 90 seconds left to play.
That's in! Jack Rocker, he did it both! He stood tall. That Finnick looked at least 3 stories tall on the goal line, finding just the hole in what seemed to be almost a cover 2 defense. The net wide open, he takes his shot, he finds his mark, breaking the lead in half. PSC back in this one.
And if he hits that any slower at all, that gets saved away. So the shot speed on that, fantastic there from Jack Rocker. Just great power shot as he sends this one down, trying to put it center, but does get turned away by Sef1. John the Crack now, waiting, seeing the ball get turned away towards the left-hand side where Landon is waiting. Turned right back around by UHD, but Jack Rocker is there. Landon looking for a bump, not able to get it, and it is going to be saved away on the goal line by UHD. Sef1. Sending this one towards the left-hand side. Joe out waiting for it. Landon turning it right back away, right out to John the Cracked on the left wing side. PSC coming in hot as they're trying to put this game-tying goal on the board before the final 45 seconds tick down.
Well, you'd think they would be coming in hot, but immediately backed off of that one. So an awkward push here. Landon looking for a pass midfield, finding a teammate. Going to be Jack coming forward. So is John the Cracked. A double commit. As PSC still poised and a ton of time left to play. They don't need to start pushing too hard yet. 26 seconds left. Enough time for probably one more offensive possession. That ball off of the ceiling, bouncing back down. Now they can get on that defensive side. Cleared all the way down. UHD, they have lived and seen this PSC defense. They need to make some defense of their own. That's going to come back down, and that could have been a shot to tie it up. But still 2-1. The ball bouncing around in this UHD half. One more play. Landon it into the corner, but that ball's awkward behind John. John, no boost really to do anything with it. And the UHD Gators able to survive.
And that is going to take us to our third Game 5 in
Asking
a row.
we shall receive.
Well, I mean, what did I say? What did I say last series? Is it really a Week 1 series win if you don't get the win on Champions Field? Seriously?
Yes, absolutely it is, Odd, okay? It would be best for my heart as a player, as a coach, if my team won way before we got to that point. So now it is all the stress. It is all the pressure. But it's all the fun, too, for everyone who gets to watch, for us in the booth, and for you fine folks at home. I gotta say, I know I have seen a lot of that UHD support in the chat, but I'm wondering if PSC got their support here because it's Game 5, the great equalizer. Nothing you did matters up until this point because one swing either way, Odd, and one team gets to win, the other walks home 0-1.
Well, UHD fixed one of the problems that I said that they were having throughout the course of the series, which was that shot accuracy. Definitely got that back under control. There's still that nagging second thing, which is the offensive to defensive rotation. Still didn't look super clean, but this time it was Peru who was getting plagued with a little bit of lack of shot accuracy, but it's because UHD was able to set the pace like I said they needed to. They sped it up, had it right where they wanted it. They were in control of what was happening on the pitch at all times, and that's why they were able to break through the defensive pressure or the defensive stands there from Peru State College.
All right, Twitch chat here. Just under 5 minutes left to be played in Game 5. Let it be known who you're repping because it's the last game of Week 1. It's the last game on the stream, and it's the last game of the night for us. And we're wondering if PSC can pull it out, if UHD can muscle their way to their third win of this series. Both teams looking for it early as the 30-second mark has been passed, and it's just been a bit of a tussle for this early possession.
And this is how we kind of tend to see the start of these games happen, although it tends to clear out a lot faster in Game 5 than it did back in Game 1. Starting to see some physicality coming out, though. Lots of bumps, lots of demos. Another little double commit there from Peru. That's something else that they've been doing a lot more in the last 2 games specifically. Didn't see it much in Games 1 and 2, but Games 3 and 4, I've been seeing a lot of double commitments from them. I'm not sure if it's a breakdown in communication or if it's just they're trying so hard to get the offensive pressure to go that they're just not really paying attention to where each other are on the pitch as that. Oh, there comes the 4th defender again for Peru State College.
The Bobcats, I swear, the Cats are only supposed to have 9 lives, and they must have 18 because the post continues to be MVP. UHD, it does not matter. This goal does not care how many wins you won. It doesn't care how much pressure you have. It does not care about the shots because PSC going back the other way to be denied by none other than the diving octane of Joe Wow.
I thought UHD fixed the post problem, but very clearly they have not in the first start of this Game 5 here. However, they are now starting to go on the attack again. Jack Rocker passing it back mid. We saw him do that earlier this series, and it resulted in a goal against, but this time he's able to get away with it as Peru now trying to push this one out. Great 50 there from Joe Wow, but Jack Rocker is right there to put it right back on the UHD Gators side of the pitch. Landon gets that one taken right around him, just kind of trying to be a nuisance there on the sidewall, not allowing Dragon Suplex to get anything set up. John getting a nice 50 in the air there with Joe Wow. Seeing decent offensive pushes coming out of Peru here, but this is going to be Joe Wow finally beating that crossbar, using it to his advantage. It's going to be 1-0 for the Gators.
I thought it was getting ready to get saved, almost squishy saved by his teammate who comes flying out, but Zeppelin stays out of the way. It tucks in under the crossbar. It's been so uncompliant up until this point. It's just almost a risky proposition to try it. But UHD muscle their way into a lead, and just before the midway point in Game 5.
Well, 2 minutes and 30 seconds separate these teams from a Week 1 victory here. Who is going to have the fortitude to take it down? Are UHD going to be able to hold on to their lead, or is Peru going to be able to make some magic happen?
What?
What?
So let's go through this again. It's a beautiful setup here. I believe that comes off of Joao and then bumped back into the play by his opponent, I think, was Dragon Suplex. And you know what? We'll call it calculated because UHD now sit 2 goals up.
I'm not sure if Dragon was trying to bump the defender back out or if the defender was trying to bump him, but either way, he got bumped. And he got bumped back into the pass, and now it is just UHD is just laying it on now.
And this is what happens, Odd, when you rely on a defense. The defense can make play after play after play, but bending until you break. When you break, you shatter. It's 3 goals to none, and PSC, they got to start climbing fast.
It was like UHD was just slowly chipping away at the hole in the concrete from game 1, and now here we are in game 5, and it seems like that tiny little chipping has turned into a big giant hole here in what was a rock-solid defense for PSC. Now they are having trouble getting out of their own half. They've always had trouble getting out of their half this series. It's just previously they didn't have to do it while down by 3.
Well, find themselves at a deficit, and this one at might oh my goodness, another Herculean effort on the defensive side from the Bobcats. UHD poised to find maybe a 4th goal, but you need to be careful if you're UHD. You're in a great spot to win it. Do not play not to lose, but do not overexert yourselves. You have 3 goals that you don't want to start giving up because PSC know how to score and they know how to do it quickly. Less than 70 seconds left in UHD trying to fend this 0 goal.
It's going to be a decent save off the backboard there by Joao. Seth coming out of the corner here. PSC have got to put something together here quick. They have a chance. Landon puts it center. John the Crack takes the soft touch and I believe tried to pass it back to a teammate. I don't know if he just missed his shot or if he was actually trying to pass there, but it did not work out for PSC at all, as now all of a sudden this ball is right back on their half of the field. That looked like a very squandered opportunity there for them, Foof.
Well, PSC has had few and far between offensive opportunities, so they have to make them count. They made them count in the early parts of the game, but unfortunately the laws of statistics, they are a cruel mistress as now their offense has been shut down. UHD in full effect, up by 3, less than 20 seconds left, and we're going to need to see something spectacular from this Bobcat squad. Still, plays to be made in time on the scorecard. That means it is an opportunity, but now less than 10 seconds, UHD getting bumps, keeping the ball around the clock now under 3 seconds. It's mathematically impossible, and UHD able to pull it back after a little bit of a shaky start in games 2 and 3, finish with games 1, 4, and 5 to take this week 1 victory.
And that's where I was talking about, you know, it comes down to who wants it more, who's got the guts to finish it out. And the Gators showed that it was them. They started off strong in game 1. Well, the game 1 was very close, and it ended on a very unfortunate own goal from PSC, and they were able to turn that in to 2 games right in a row, taking games 2 and 3. But man, UHD just would not go down. They finally broke through that stonewall defense for PSC and just would not give them any more offensive opportunities.
I felt like it was the old adage where, you know, a guy's looking at a brick wall and he's just banging his head on it. And you're like, all right, Tim, stop. Just stop hitting your head on the wall. And then you see one of the bricks push out on the other side. And you're like, oh my.
What? He did it. He's done it.
And it's just, at one point, either the brick wall won't give and you'll pass out, or you'll break through, and that's exactly what happened. Peru State trying to play that defensive game that they had to build over 4. It just crumbles at the very end under that amount of pressure. And so a lot of good and some things to be cleaned up. I only ask for this Bobcat squad to now find a counterattack offense, because if you have that strong of a defense, you're going to get teams to overstep and you're going to have so many golden opportunities. On the flip side, the winning team, the Swole Boys of University of Houston Downtown Gators, they flex their offensive muscle heavily. You just want to see that shot conversion go up a little bit and you'll be looking a little bit more right.
So that's something I was going to point out here. It's like when you're a football coach and you go, yeah, we won the game, but how many times did we fumble, right? And you have to sit there and send your running backs through the fumble gauntlet every single practice. If I am UHD's coach, I am saying every day you are going to get up and you are going to do a shot pack for an hour. 1 hour.
An hour?
Straight of shot
Come
pass.
on, no.
That's what you need to do. Now, the biggest thing, I
man.
think, for PSC to turn that offense around, I mean, the biggest thing is just going to be continuing to play, get some scrims in, learn how to get these passing plays together, learn how to play together as a team, get that communication down. That's the biggest thing, the biggest improvement, I think, for PSC. I think both of these teams have a really, really good chance to do something special this season.
Well, optimism and the hope for future. That's what all week ones start with. And that's what we're ending with here on NECC. The optimism of what's to come. The looking forward to this young season of NECC and more Rocket League and many other esports that you're going to see on this channel and our sister channel, NECC2. So thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you, Odd, for joining me in the booth. It is so good to see you here, my friend. Thank you to Peak, and thank you to Gatormelon in the behind the scenes helping this run so smoothly. And finally, thank you, fans, for joining us here and making this what it is. My name is Foof. This has been Oddfellow, and this has been the NECC Rocket League Week 1. We'll see you soon.